Alright guys, BLM here, back with a new live stream. Really, even for Legacy of Thieves collection, it's still not coming up. God damn it. I really thought by now they would have fixed this, but whatever. Okay, I have to change the category. Uncharted 4. Yeah, we're back. I feel like we got a lot to talk about. We got, last time I streamed it was, the premiere of Celebrity Big Brother. Obviously, a lot has happened there. Got new Australian Survivor episode. A couple game things I could talk about. But yeah, we're going to start Uncharted 4 on the Legacy of Thieves collection. Really half-assed menu, by the way. That they don't... it would be cool if, this would be fine if it was just like this for Uncharted 4, but it would be cool if they changed it. If you went to Lost Legacy and it went to the Lost Legacy menu, but whatever. We're starting Uncharted 4. Oh, I didn't copy over my save data. To us, it doesn't really matter. I can't. Well, you know, fuck. I don't care enough. Should I do? I think I'll do light for here on stream. But yeah, I mean, again, Australian Survivor was pretty fun. Solid episode there, even though it was a non-elimination. We had Celebrity Big Brother's first round was pretty insane. That was a lot of fun. Let's take off Flock on. And, what else is there? Oh yeah, fuck off. Yeah, thank you for congrats on 10,000, except for the fact that I'm not actually there yet. But we are very, very close. Again, if you go there, onto the channel, it does say 10,000 already. However, in YouTube Studio, I'm at 9,999. So, I'm actually one away. But yeah, it is very close, which did not expect me to be there by this stream. I thought it'd be a few more days, but again, cool. We're there. 10,000 subscribers, again, the highest milestone I see the channel really hitting. I think 15 is technically possible. Obviously, 20 feels like a ways away. Yeah, so again, this is the first time playing Uncharted 4 on the Legacy of Thieves collection. Who's going home tomorrow on Australian Survivor? Are they promoting it as a big blind side? I think it could be Sandra, if that's the case. I would not be surprised with that at this point. Who else would be a massive shock? Just from the offset. Maybe Nina? Could it be a Nina boot? I don't know. I'm Mark, I guess, would be Mark and Sam. That's I feel I'm even more confident for this last episode that Mark's winning this season. Maybe Khan. Khan could definitely be up there. But yeah, they're already promoting it as big alliance. Oh, am I supposed to be hitting? I completely forgot what I'm doing here. But either way, yeah, I feel those are probably the likely options. Is Mary from Micronesia the most forgettable Survivor player? No, not to me. I'll always remember Mary. I feel who's actually the most forgettable? I feel it's gotta be someone Erica from Fiji. I think that's a good answer, but I kind of remember her now for being so forgettable. So it's I don't know who else would be, an easy answer. Maybe Cecilia from Cook Islands. Brad and JP. I remember Brad personally. And JP has a decent downfall edit. I would say Cecilia's more forgettable than them, but it's probably someone from that era of the show though. I think they're 9 through 19. Those seasons, it's probably an earlier boot from one of those seasons, I guess. It's just sub to me on the other channel. Is that a thing? Anyway, I'm refreshing YouTube Studio. Let's see what it says. Oh yeah, I'm at 10,000. Well, alright. Thank you, Justin. I guess I'm at 10,000. I found it so funny though because I literally got off of work and like just logged in the YouTube studio and I just saw it was 9999. It's like that's fucking dumb. Alright. So yeah, again that's cool. I didn't really plan on doing anything special really for 10,000. I mean, like a week from now, like I was hoping actually it would coincide with my global runner-up ranking. That's coming out next Saturday. So kind of like it would kind of like act as a 10,000 sub and also a 3-year anniversary, but whatever. So on Marques's video, I think it's in a couple weeks. I think it's definitely by the end of February. The Australian Survivor 2002 retrospective is the next video on Wednesday, and then it's the global runner-up ranking next Saturday. And I'm trying to bring up the schedule real quick. Yeah, the 23rd is when the when the Marquesas retrospective is coming out, which I forgot how long that video is. That video is an hour and 25 minutes. I talked that long about Micronesia. Or fuck, I keep saying Micronesia now. Marquesas. Christie's the most forgettable winner for you? I'm trying to think who would be the most forgettable winner. Like I think it's obviously like thinking about the winners I think quite often. Yeah, like who would be the most forgettable winner to me? It'd probably be like Natalie White.
Just hang on.
I would guess. It's like who else would be a good answer? Maybe Fabio?
On your right.
I don't know. I mean, like Bob, like I remember ours is probably a good answer actually. That's probably the one. I'll always remember Jenna. But I mean, I told this story before. Like if it wasn't for Jenna, who knows if I would be a Survivor fan at this point? If it was for Jenna and Heidi. Yeah. Melissa from Fiji.
What are you gonna do with you?
I mean, I don't think she counts, right?
You must be tired of these lectures. I'm tired of giving.
And even then, like the story of like her quitting right before a show starts is like notable enough to not be the most forgettable. They're really just letting Mark explain everything for Water Tribe. Yeah, again, like I think Mark is the clear winner to me right now. On my power ranking, like because I'm doing a power ranking after every episode. Like it's Mark #1 by a lot. Like I really don't. Again, like, and I said this about Tiffany, and I was obviously wrong about Tiffany 41, but I feel much more confident with Australian Survivor's editing because I don't trust the producers to have any real sense of like subtlety. To where like it's Mark, right? Like who else can it be? Like it's to the point where I have Sam as #2. Just because I feel that confident that it's those, like it's one of the two. Like I feel like there's been so much talk about how they need to get to the merge together, and once they do, they're going to run the game and all this stuff. It's like, how is this not what's going to happen? And how much like content Mark is getting and describing all the dynamics on the Water Tribe and seeming to be in the middle of all the alliances and everything. It's like, how is it not Mark that's winning this season? But yeah, I mean, I have Mark 1, Sam 2, Shay 3, but I've like not feeling good about Shay at this point. Nina 4, and I'm not feeling good about Nina either. Chrissy 5, and I feel like when we're at Chrissy at being a #5, I think that's a major sign that yeah, there's not much left. Sandra's actually bumped up to 6 at this point, so that's something. Why does it feel like the lighting feels different here on the remaster? It feels like slightly brighter, I guess. I don't know.
Up and around with you. Whoa.
Actually, I just realized my stream manager never updated on my phone. Whatever. Is Rob Dixon the best player in International Survivor? I don't know if he's the best player, but I think he's the best winner. Like, I think his winning game is the best. Again, in terms of player, I think it's tough because he obviously played like so long ago, and with a cast that was not very game savvy, to where like I don't know how he would do on like any given season, especially like a modern season. But he is very, very strong. My first episode wasn't necessarily the
not this way.
The chocolate and peanut butter scene, but like that's the first like memory I have of Survivor is Jenna and Heidi stripping for chocolate and peanut butter. And then, like, I remember I got really into Survivor with Pro Islands, and then I remember all of All Stars. And, like, I don't think I watched Vanuatu, because, like, I don't have much memory of Vanuatu from when I was a kid. But then I know I watched Palau, and then I stopped watching until I was, like, like a junior in high school, which is when Philippines was on. Right. Hope David makes far. I mean, like, there's definitely a chance.
Okay.
I don't know. Like, they didn't give him that much credit for him saving himself here, which I found interesting. Though they did continuously talk about how he needs to do damage control, and then not really show him. Like, they showed him trying and be unsuccessful, but then, like, by the end, like, it made you feel like they were, like, trying to make you think he was successful in a way, but then also not, by, like, just not showing him by the time that, like, Sandra's flipping the vote and everything. So I don't know what they're doing with David. Like, I think if I were to guess, I would still say he's probably a boot pretty soon, but we'll see. I don't know what I was just doing here. I have heard of Escape the Night, but I have not watched it. Oh yeah, Celebrity Big Brother. Celebrity Big Brother, like, the first round was insane. Again, like, last time I streamed, it was immediately after the premiere. Okay, I fucked that up. So I haven't really been able to talk about, like, the actual events of the week. And, I mean, again, like, what a clusterfuck. What am I doing? I'm just being an idiot. But yeah, what a clusterfuck from a gameplay standpoint. But again, that's what you should expect from Celebrity Big Brother. It's a train wreck. I will say that coming into round 2, where we're at now, I am kind of underwhelmed. Where it very much feels like what, like a third of the cast is playing, and then, like, everyone else isn't really caring, which is kind of what I was, like, having an issue with, like, when the initial cast was announced. Where, like, I had a suspicion that, like, obviously Chris Kattan and Lamar wouldn't really care, and possibly Todd Bridges, like, wouldn't really care about the game. And while I feel like Todd probably cares more than the other two, like, I feel like we're kind of seeing them not really playing that much. And then we're seeing Cynthia not really play that much. Carson seems to have given up a bit, where it seemed like he was really into it initially, but, like, ever since, like, he becomes part of the minority group, he's, like, just kind of out of it seems like. So, like, I feel like I'm a bit underwhelmed with that aspect of it at this point, where it doesn't feel like the majority of the cast is even trying. But it's still, like, again, it's Celebrity Big Brother. It should be fun either way. I mean, I say that, but then I did not have the most fun with Celebrity Big Brother 2. But I feel like in retrospect, I would would like it more if I were to rewatch it. But still, it should still be a fun ride. It'll still be interesting at seeing how, like, the Todrick of it all goes, and, like, Shayna, I think, is playing pretty well right now. Chris Kirkpatrick's playing fine, I guess. So yeah, I mean, there's still enough intrigue there to where I'm not, like, disliking it, but I'm definitely underwhelmed with certain elements of it. Oh yeah, also underwhelmed with the fact that we're, like, not seeing everything. Like, we obviously we missed the first, like, 8 days of the feeds, and it's, like, very clear they're trying to cover up things, like, particularly around, like, Mariah and Chris Kirkpatrick, where, like, there was this weird thing that happened between them that we just don't know about. And, like, that's kind of underwhelming. So I don't know. I mean, like, I guess it's what you expect from Celebrity Brother. I mean, we had the same thing in Celebrity Brother 2 with, like, Scaramucci and them covering up a lot of stuff with him. So I don't know. Whatever. Again, it's still fun for what it is. But yeah, the first round was insane though. A lot of fun. Like, Teddy played the game more than I thought she was going to. She didn't play it well, but she at least played. That's something.
Some Bible retreat.
Haven't been here since the 41 finale. I feel like there's probably a decent amount of people that are that way. I find it funny because I was looking at the analytics for the streams, and it is funny how yeah, it's like post 41 finale things went a bit downhill. That's fine. I mean, last stream actually did pretty well, but with the exception of that, which, to be fair, that was the first stream after Australian Survivor, so I guess that's probably the thing. Yeah, Blood vs. Water is fun. I mean, like, it still has the issues that I have with Australian Survivor. It doesn't really, like, I don't know, it hasn't really made any improvements to me on what I want Australian Survivor to change. But to be fair, what I don't like about Australian Survivor is what some other people like about Australian Survivor. So it's like, again, like, I just don't think Australian Survivor is like inherently for me in terms of it being like my favorite of the like versions. Like, to me, I still think South Africa is my favorite, and then US, and then Australia is probably my least favorite of the three. But again, people don't agree with that, so whatever. It's fine.
Have you done this
Yeah, I
before?
am keeping a player ranking as people get voted out. As of right now, Kate's number one, and then I'm still debating a bit on Brianna and Andy. I did talk it through last stream that I think Brianna is going to be above Andy. The thing is, like, I obviously I think Brianna did more wrong, where, like, I think Andy was inherently put in a bad position, but I also feel like Andy did, like, mediocre work across the season as well. And we have Brianna, like, lasting around longer than Andy in a tribal that they both went to. So it's like, I think Brianna technically probably played more actively bad, but, like, really, I think it's very close between those two. Amazing Race casting video. I have one that's been in the back burner for a while. I don't know when it's coming out, though. It's really going to be left for whenever I have an open spot in the schedule, which I don't think is until August or so at this point. But yeah, it's there. It's a recasting video, actually.
No big deal.
And to be honest, like, at this point, it's like, who really cares? Like, I might just... There's a couple videos that have been in the back burner for a very long time that I'm kind of thinking at this point, like, should I just release them and not really give a shit? Like, should I just make them, like, Monday videos and just release them out of the blue? Because, like, they've been in the back burner for so long that, like, it doesn't really matter anymore. And the recasting, it's recasting Amazing Race 8 if it was All-Stars. Like, that's a video. And then I also did a Hellblade retrospective that I literally made, what, 2 years ago? Like a year in, I think it was April 2020 that I played it to make it, and then, like, since then I think I re-edited it at the end of 2020 to make it more of a retrospective instead of a like a general spoiler review. But it's like, that's been in the back burner for a very long time, and I'm just like, I mean, at this point I kind of want it to, like, coincide with probably some more Hellblade 2 news, like maybe when we get a release date I'll release it or something. Yeah, that's something. Yeah, Genius Player Ranking, that's the other one. I think that's those three, right, at this point. Let's look this up. Genius Player Ranking, yeah, those are the three. Genius Player Ranking, Recasting Amazing Race 8, and Hellblade retrospective. Those are the three videos that I've had for forever. And then also my Yakuza Like a Dragon retrospective, but that is coming out in the next, I think it's April, because that's when I'm going to finish off that Yakuza series. But yeah, those are the videos that have been around for more than like a couple months. Everything else are videos that were edited in the last few months, because that was the last batch of videos. But yeah, it's those 4 videos that have just been hanging around for a while. Genius Player Ranking, like, I'm kind of like, I'm not as willing to release it on a Monday as those other ones, because, like, the other two are, like, very short. Like, the Recasting Amazing Race video is, like, 15 minutes. The Hellblade video is, like, not even 10 minutes. So it's, like, I'm okay with releasing those, like, kind of just out of the blue, because, like, who really cares? Like, it's not like they took that much time to make anyway. The Genius video is a bit different, where that one's, like, 40 something. Is it 40 minutes? Anyway, it's longer, and obviously it's, like... It's a bit more of a grander video. Like, while, like, the audience for it isn't really that large, I do feel like that one I kind of want to stick with that being on a Wednesday.
This particular roof? No.
But we'll see when that comes out.
You know where you're right?
Is there Australian Survivor YX Loss? That's a thing? I mean, I don't even listen to the US one, but I'm surprised they're bothering with Australian Survivor.
Watch me.
Yes. Oh, Sandra's been interesting here. Like, I think Sandra, like, it's kind of weird because, like, obviously the first 2 seasons we saw her play, like, she was playing a very, like, under the radar sort of game, kind of falling behind like more alpha figures. And then she comes back for both Game Changers and Winners at War, and she is the alpha figure. She is playing this more dominant game. And it's interesting here where we're kind of seeing her go back to original game style to a degree. Like, she is playing a game a lot more similarly to how she played in Pearl Islands and Heroes vs. Villains. Probably Pearl Islands more so, with her, like, kind of being, like, out of the loop in terms of the, like, core power structure, but still, like, like, having an impact on the vote and everything.
Really?
But it's like, I don't know, it'll be interesting to see how it plays out for her. Again, like, I don't expect her to win here. But I do think she's been doing pretty well so far, though.
Okay.
And to be honest, like, if she ends up winning the season, this is probably her best season. So that's something. And to be honest, it might still be her best season if she doesn't win.
After you.
To me.
Now, head down.
So yeah, should be interesting to see. All you're hearing about AU survivors that Sandra and Nina are making headlines, and most everyone else is getting purpled. I mean, like, Nina has not gotten that much content recently either. Like, Nina's kind of like gone a bit downhill. Like, she had a great premiere, but then has been pretty quiet after that. Sandra, I believe, is the most confessionals at this point. I have not updated my confessional chart because I'm stopped bothering to count my own, do a count on my own. So I've been waiting for other people to do it. No one posted their own until a bit more recently. So I haven't seen the new count, but I believe Sandra's on top now, which is interesting. Yes, I did see the headlines about Lamar on TMZ. That is something.
I got this job. Pays well.
Yeah, really weird. Like this, like I was literally doing this. I think Friday night, the 2-hour episode. So Friday night, I like literally looked up Celebrity Big Brother on Google, and first thing that comes up is the TMZ article about Lamar. It's still, if you go to top stories, it's still like number one. Not the TMZ anymore, but still, it's still Lamar said he pooped his bed. It's like, what the fuck are we doing? Like, this is really what we're doing with Celebrity Big Brother.
Take me with you.
Mid-merge boot for Sandra. Again, I could definitely see it.
I know you think the orphan.
And again, if she is a mid-merge boot, I think she might have played the best game.
Just gotta trust me on that one.
That she's done, so that's
fair.
something at least. Why is my
Nothing about our lives has been fair.
let's see.
We've made it work.
Oh, the mobile app just kind of sucks now. The Twitch changed the mobile app to have the creator mode on there, which is supposed to be better, but like it's actually just not working that well.
Everything that Dad sold, I tracked down the buyer.
Just need to make sure my computer doesn't go into sleep mode, so I don't lose chat here. But whatever. I have not seen Scream yet, and to be honest, I probably won't for a while.
You mean steal it?
It's not stealing if it was ours to begin with.
I'm pretty sure the
I hear it's very good.
Well, then let's not get caught.
Yeah, I enjoyed the original movies, but I'm not really paid too much attention to this one.
Hell yeah.
Alright. I'm literally just opening up the stream here. Hopefully that allows me to see the chat on my phone. How I feel. I thought this last AU episode was fine. Again, like, there's no elimination. That sucks. But outside of that, I thought it was a fine episode. I find it funny how much, like, Sophie, like, came out of week 1 being, like, a top contender. Like, she wasn't my number 1 or anything. But she was, like, number 5, I think. And then, like, this episode just completely trashes her, and I found that funny. And I still think what's funny is that I think she's still a top contender. Like, I mean, she's number 8 on my power ranking. And, like, she's pretty much the bottom of the people who, like, have a sliver of a chance. Because I don't think anyone beyond that is, like, even has a chance of winning. But to be fair, that's more indicative of Australian survivors' editing style. That there's only that many people that can fill in. Whatever. Least favorite Amazing Race premiere? I don't remember. Like, I couldn't tell you. Like, again, Amazing Race is not a show that I'm an expert on, to where I can answer, like, in-depth questions on the fly. Why is this? Okay. How do you block?
Tú lo empezaste, pero yo voy a acabarlo.
Is there no block button?
Esto es por meterte con nosotros.
Whatever. Finally getting some content from our winter pick next episode. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, obviously did not get the greatest pick there in KJ. Like she's gotten what, one confessional so far? Because I think she had a confessional in the premiere, but yeah, like has pretty much been invisible since then. Like what do I have her on my power ranking right now? Let's look this up. I have her at number 15 actually. Okay, I thought it was lower. Oh fuck, I'm not even looking at screen.
¡Ya basta! ¡Ya lo tienes! Alright, my turn. ¡No te extraño! ¡Ya basta, idiota! ¡Suéltame!
Hey, we weren't fighting, huh? Right,
So
little
yeah,
guy?
Cage is obviously not.
Hey, give me a call when you're tall enough to ride the
Where I
rides.
rank the idols? Yells in terms of what?
¡Cállalo! ¡Te estás esperando aquí, eh!
Idols logo scene. Rank all idol plays. I did do a top 10 back in the day. Like, wasn't there? Didn't someone already do it? I think someone already did it, right?
Huh?
But I would not be opposed to doing it. Just how many idol plays are there?
I will.
I feel like there's a lot, right?
Gracias.
Yeah, Survivor Florida did it. So that's something. Which I love how, like, that's the only, like, video, like, Survivor, like, ranking thing they did. And that video alone got 114,000 views. Yeah, they just, like, never did another one. So that's something. Yeah, I find it funny, too, because, like, again, like, the way I make YouTube videos is not good. Like, I don't make YouTube videos well. Like, there's definitely, like, almost anyone else can make videos better than me. It's just that, like, no one has, like, done a lot of the topics that I do. And that's why I, like, find it humorous of, like, the, like, small level of success that I've gotten with YouTube. Like, pretty much comes from, like, just other people not doing what I do. More so than what I do being actually that good. But whatever, it's fine. There's 92 idol plays. Are we talking about like successful idol plays or just idol plays in general? Like, so if someone plays an idol like unsuccessfully, wouldn't I like would I include that in the video? Because like how interesting is it to like rank like, oh, Troyzan playing his idol on the J boot, like comparing that to like I don't fucking know, like I don't know, other failed idol plays. Like, I don't know. I just don't feel like that's, like, that interesting. I feel like successful idol plays would be more interesting. Yes, 45. I feel like that would be more doable. Yeah, I can see you, Bryce. What do you think of the move for people that got rid of Sophie? I think it was the right move for everyone but Sam and Jesse, like, just outright. Like, to me, it's like, it's easily the best move for everyone but them. For Sam, I mean, for Jesse even, like, it's probably the correct move. I think for Sam, it's a lot more questionable because it did seem like Sophie, like, had a lot of blind loyalty in Sam. And I feel like for her to be going out of her way to get rid of her, especially in a situation where, like, it seems very clear that they knew it was going to be a non-elimination round. At least Sam did. Again, Sam openly talks about it going to be a non-elimination round. So for her to be getting rid of this person that she, again, knows is probably going to end up staying in the game is someone that had, like, their blind loyalty in her and, like, just pissing them off. I think that's a questionable move. But at the same time, it did seem like they were expecting her to make the move from the offset. So it's like, I don't know, it's kind of a double-edged sword there. It's either you're pissing off like half the tribe and you not going along with their move, but get to keep around one specific ally who does really trust you, or get rid of the ally who's already kind of on their way out, but then like kind of like lessen your position in the game. I don't know. Again, it's a tough situation there for Sam, but I feel like for everyone else though, it was like pretty clear cut to being the correct move. Am I not going there? Whatever. Do I think Natalie Anderson will be on the challenge again? Probably not, if I were to guess.
Through there.
Through here?
But I would like to see it. But I suspect that they wouldn't. Sam in a confessional. Oh, no, it was not a confessional. It was when she was talking to Jordy. Or George, Jesse. What the fuck? One of the brothers. It was when she was talking to him. She mentioned that, what if she doesn't go home?
I want in.
Come on, Vargas, the deal was
and again, I feel like 100%, at the moment that you hear that the other tribe is going to your tribal, you should instantly know it's going to be non-elimination.
See?
Like, I think the intention of the producers was to, like, pretty much tell them, hey, it's going to be a non-elimination round here.
Anyone here, and not to beat on my inmates.
And that's kind of why, like, I feel like this was probably one of the better case scenarios for a non-elimination episode, is where, like, the producers essentially just hint to the players that's going to be a non-elimination episode.
I was a member of Captain Henry.
Like, I feel like this is probably one of the better case scenarios here, so that's something. I said the worst idle play was Reynolds for Malcolm at the Michael. I don't think that's the case.
Over $400 million worth of gold.
I mean, I think it's a really risky move for Reynolds, but I don't think it's the worst idle play there. Because again, they were very close to being right. Where the vote was originally going to be on Malcolm, and had they been correct there, they at least come out of that round in what, a 6-4 minority, in a position where they eventually get more idols, right? They have 2 more idols by the next tribal, because that's where the Three Amigos tribal happens. So it's like, and they can't split the idol in that situation. So really, yeah, like, I don't think that's the worst idol play. It's probably, but again, not ideal for Reynolds to be giving Malcolm his idol there, but I don't think it's the worst idol play ever. Best move Sandra's ever made. Flipping Lil and Dara on Burton. Specifically flipping Lil on Burton is probably the best move she's made. Exactly. I mean, that essentially wins her the game on Pro Islands.
Climb.
Let's see, is there anything else?
One in and all.
Here's his villains. I mean, like, you can say, like, her flipping Russell on Coach, but it's like, it's good, but it's not, like, mind-blowingly great.
Just over there.
By
the crates.
Great.
I'm really just probably her overall. I don't know though. It's like, again, like, to me, her Heroes vs. Villains game is just very weird, because like a lot of it's just her, like, succeeding in situations where she's trying. Like, succeeding despite her failures at what she's actually trying to do. Particularly in the early merge section of the game.
There we go.
Then Game Changers. Again, like, Game Changers is a weird one, because, like, she was always on the bottom anyway, so, like, whatever move she made didn't really matter. So, again, like, getting rid of JT is probably up there. Like, Tony to me is, like, I don't know how great of a move that really is, where, like, again, Tony came into that with, like, a massive target on his back anyway. Like, I feel like the JT move's pretty good. And then I don't think she has one Winners at War. So, whatever. Ah, fuck off. You know if it's going to be an elimination leg? Again, like, at the moment where they say, hey, the other tribe's going to your tribal, like, to me, that's like, okay, it's not an elimination. Like, and to be fair, though, recent seasons have been, like, adding in twists for, like, no fucking reason. But, again, like, it did very much feel like an elimination. I keep on, like, thinking non-elimination leg, because I'm thinking fucking Amazing Race, but either way, non-elimination round, I guess. Aren't I supposed to... Oh, did I not pick it up? I'm a fucking idiot. That's why. I didn't pick up the... There we go.
Bingo.
I don't think Kim and Penn have they definitely have a chance. I don't know if they're going to... Like, I said slash stream that I think it may be Lulu and Lala. Like, it just feels like it's so weird, like, post-COVID, that they just, like, all of a sudden got this, like, massive bump in terms of content, where, like, it feels like now that we're getting so much content about them losing their grandmothers, and like, it feels like the show's trying to portray them as, like, the good guys over, like, Raquel and Kayla, where, like, Raquel and Kayla kind of, like, quote-unquote backstab them in this last episode, and it very much feels like the editor's trying to make you feel like, oh, Lulu and Lala got like betrayed there or whatever. And it's like, I don't know, like to me, like if Amazing Race did follow Edgic, I would say Lulu and Lala are probably my top contenders right now. I don't think Ryan and Dusty are going to win, mainly because of like how blatant they're being shown as being these big threats.
Onward.
But I think Kim and Penn are probably very likely as well. Like, I think if we're just going, like, on, like, without, like, fully thinking about Edgic and everything, like, I would say Kim and Penn are probably the most likely team to win. Because, again, I think Ryan and Dusty are, like, again, they're, like, they seem to be this, like, team that's going to be, like, 4th place or something. Like, the team that gets eliminated the leg before the finale. So through that, I feel like Kim and Penn are probably the next strongest team. Will I do another Guide to International Survivor? Probably, but like, I don't know if I need to just yet. Like, when did I do the last one? It was 2020, right? So that was before Australian Survivor All-Stars. And what do we have since then? We've had Immunity Island, Brains vs. Brawn, and now Blood vs. Water. I don't know. I don't feel like
Hard to believe
it's something that I'm planning on doing. Like, if I were to guess, I would say maybe like the 5-year anniversary of the channel.
barely believe this place is
Like around that sort of time, I will probably do it. Which is what, 2 years from now. Again, for me right now, it's just like I don't think there's enough to warrant doing another one. Especially because like most people that would need that video are mostly going to need them for like the seasons that are already talked about in that video, specifically like the earlier SA seasons and
this is pretty awesome.
like the earlier seasons of the show, maybe New Zealand. But I feel like anyone that's interested in International Survivor is probably already watching like Immunity Island and Brains vs. Brawn and now Blood vs. Water and that sort of stuff. So we'll see. When are we getting cast episode at 42? Whenever they officially announce the cast. Whenever we get the bios and all that stuff. I'm assuming it's going to be in a couple weeks. I actually have the video scheduled for the 19th, I think. Because I'm assuming that's going to be the week where we get the cast. Because that's like, what, 3 weeks before the premiere? Which is typically around where we get the cast for Survivor seasons. So
Scratches must mean something.
I don't remember what this is here. Like, I know it's the symbol there, right? Or not. Maybe it's the... Wait, oh yeah, it's symbols and then you have to translate it to this, right? Is it like 12? I feel like it's like 12. Or maybe it's 7? It's kind of sad. Like, I should know this game a lot better than I played this game, like, what, 10 times or something? I should definitely know this game a lot better.
I saw something like this on the letter.
Oh, Champs vs. Stars. Yeah, I have watched Champs vs. Stars. Really did not like it. It's really a boring season. It's boring and also feels very cheap. Like, I really did not like Champs vs. Stars.
That's more like it.
Like, I haven't, like, looked at where it would land on my, like, actual season ranking, but it would be very, very low. Like, I would guess it's probably the lowest of the, like, non-early seasons, I would guess. Yeah, like, it's probably, like, I don't know, like, I'll have to revisit my notes to, like, truly, like, analyze, like, how many positives, how many negatives there are, but, like, just off my gut, like, I would say it's probably, like, right above Battle of the Sexes 2, and below, like, Inferno 3, Invasion, Island, like, the seasons I have on the bottom of the, like, more recent seasons. I'm a fucking idiot. I just closed my chat. But either way, like, I did not like Champs versus Stars. I mean, there's like a couple fun, like Riff Raff is like a ridiculous character for the challenge. I thought that was kind of hilarious.
That's not it.
That's not it. I'm a fucking idiot. Why is Invasion that low? I hate Invasion. I want to put Invasion lower. Like I want to put Invasion at the bottom of the list, but the reason it's not is because there are like iconic moments from it. It's that one.
X and II.
You can see the fucking stone is colored differently. Was that always the case? I feel like that wasn't always like that. Whatever. I mentioned in Champs vs. Stars 2 though, because I've heard very, very good things about Champs vs. Stars 2. So that will be something.
Digna factis recipimus.
Survivor What If Do or Die is at every final 7 round. But like, how do you determine like who goes home from Do or Die though? Or if anyone even goes home from Do or Die? Or are we like, I don't know, like I feel like that's kind of like the issue with the concept. Like it's an interesting concept in general, but like, yeah, it's like, how do I like determine what happens there? I think that's the question mark. Thoughts on each member of the Stars team? Let's look it up. Most of them are pretty fucking boring. Like most of them like don't have much to really talk about. Let's look this up. Yeah, we got Josh Murray. Who the fuck is this guy? I mean, he's pretty boring. Justina, kind of fun. I mean, she's probably the most fun of the people there, or one of the most fun people there at least. Michelle, boring. Ariane, whatever. I thought she was fun like for the first few episodes, but then like it's kind of invisible after that. Kim, I mean, Kim's fine. I think Kim's someone that. Oh, fuck off. I would have been interested in seeing like on the main show or something, but whatever. Matt's kind of fun, I guess. He's a bit of a train wreck. He kind of flips for like very little benefit. But I don't know. He's fun, I guess. Riff Raff, insane character. Like insane that this guy was on a challenge season. Sean Johnson, boring, but like probably one of the biggest names there. So I mean that's something. Romeo is fun, I guess. Romeo is fine. Okay, well that's something. T.O. was ridiculous. The TLCT fight is incredible. I will say that's definitely the highlight of the season of Champs vs. Stars is the TOCT fight.
One more time.
And then I think there's one other person, right? Or is that it? Oh, that's it. Really? T.O. was the first one out? I could have sworn there was someone booted before that. Whatever. Tony won Champs vs. Stars 2. Which,
There goes my shoulder.
like, watching more and more of Tony, like, I would really like to see Tony back.
There's Vargas.
Like, he's such a train wreck on his earlier seasons.
I want in.
And, like, he becomes less of a train wreck in his last couple seasons, where he, like, kind of becomes a normal person. But, like, he also starts to play the game a lot harder. I would be really interested in seeing him play, like, a modern challenge season. Because he hasn't really been on since Final Reckoning. Yeah, Lamar's not quitting. I don't think anyone's quitting at this point. But I think there's a lot of people that, like, aren't, like, trying that hard. Like, Lamar is, like, one of these people that, like, if they vote him out, he's fine with it, but he's not going to actively quit. And the same thing goes with, like, Chris Kattan. Yeah, I mean, like, what's funny, too, is that I get the sense that Lamar's probably going to win the game if he gets to the end, which is even funnier. I'll say also, like, people have been talking about, like, oh, Todrick is the Elizabeth of the season, Shannon Elizabeth of the season. Like, that's not the vibe I get as of right now. Like, I think Todrick is very much the Ross Matthews of the season. Where, again, very messy game player, and someone that if he gets to the end, he's probably going to lose. Like, I think he's going to lose a jury vote. I think Carson Kressley is more so the Shannon Elizabeth of the season.
Maybe I missed something in the letter.
Of being this person who's perceived to be a much better player than what they are, and is probably going to win if they get to the end, but it's probably going to be sniped out of the game pretty soon.
Any plans to this place?
What if every season had the Outcast twist? I have thought about that.
There's a bunch of old files.
My one like minor issue with that is like there's so much game to replay.
Meanwhile, I'll talk to Sam as our Avery expert.
And same thing goes with like I thought about doing a like essentially the Edge of Extinction video, but like for at the time of the merge, or like even Redemption Island, like that sort of thing. But again, like that's so much game you have to play through that I don't know. Would be interesting to talk through, but also like I feel like one it would be very like long, and also be a lot of just like not really solid things. Doing for 3-year anniversary of the channel, it is the global runner-up ranking for Survivor, which is 2 hours and 44 minutes long, I think. It is next Saturday's video, which next Saturday is technically a day, I believe, before. Or is it 2 days before the anniversary of the channel? But either way, it's the closest video release day to the anniversary. I think it's 2 days because I technically started the channel on February 13th, 2019. But, I told the story that I uploaded that first Guide to International Survivor video. YouTube blocked it. Like, literally got like 30, I think it was 32? I don't remember. Copyright claims on it. With like Australian Survivor. I mean, really, it was blocked from like pretty much like every show. So yeah, I had to re-edit it, and that's why the video didn't become public until the day after. But
We had some.
No, we didn't. Okay, not.
yeah, it'll be next week. Which 2 hours 44 minutes.
No getting there.
Speaking of
So that's something. It took like almost 5 hours to record.
yeah, he did. After he read.
Yeah, I mean it's a chaotic season, the beginning of Chance vs. Stars, because like these people are like so many people go home outside of the context of the challenge. So yeah, that's pretty insane.
Anybody else finds out about this?
But it also makes like the season just kind of like it's just like it's very unimportant. Like it feels like there's no stakes to the season. Like I really never cared about what was actually going on. Like I really liked Champs vs. Pros. Like even now, like I think Champs vs. Pros like is a legitimately good challenge season. Like it's not like top tier in terms of grand scheme of things, but like it's definitely like
What do we got?
borderline top 10 season for me as of right now. Again, where I'm at in the rewatch. So it's like I really like Champs vs. Pros, but again, Champs vs. Stars is just really mediocre. Champs vs. Stars is where Camilla got banned.
Wood with gold and silver.
Which it was filmed after Dirty 30, but before the reunion show. Which is why she's not at the reunion show, but they don't explain why she's not at the reunion show. Yeah.
It's not a crucifix.
And also you see Jenna like in crutches at the reunion show, and that's not explained either. How would CT do on Survivor? I think he could do well. I think he's obviously like a massive target once you get to the merge. But I feel like he's a really good, like I think he could do very well at trying to like downplay his like physical ability and everything. But again, like he's just such a massive guy that
It's a benefit of growing up in a
like to me, like he kind of comes off as like maybe like a Chris from Millennium Future Gen X. I kind of see that being his trajectory.
Guys, let's just pretend I skipped all of.
Where he's like a likable guy early on. He's probably going to be in like the initial majority alliance. But again, like once you come to the merge, like he might survive a round or two, but like he's just such a big threat there.
Accepted his punishment with grace.
Can't decide if you want to start modern SA Champions or Philippines. If you didn't like Santa Carolina Maldives, it's tough to recommend Champions like on the offset because there's so much filler on the show, and also like the first half of the season so revolved around the captains, the champions, that kind of harms the season.
That's fine.
While like Philippines is a lot more consistent of a season, it's like a really fantastic season all the way through. So I don't know, like I mean, but if you've already watched like seasons 3, 4, like it does feel weird for you to skip 5 just to go to 6. But also there's like great stuff in season 5. Like the post merge is incredible, and there's also some like fun things. Like there's fun character moments throughout the entire pre-merge when they're not wasting time with the champions. And there's also there's some fun rounds of gameplay too. So I would say I would recommend watching Champions. Definitely by the end of it, but you don't need to watch it before you watch Philippines, but like it's definitely a stronger season though than 3 and 4. Big ranking for March. I think I'm gonna do the Survivor. Like again, I don't know how big of a ranking this really is, but the Survivor auction ranking should be coming out in March. Where I did rewatch every Survivor auction the other week, and yeah, I edited that video together already, so that'll probably be early March. I'm trying to think right now actually, because I'm looking at March. I mean, yeah, we got like the Celebrity Big Brother 3-player ranking, Australian Survivor mid-season power ranking. Actually, even Survivor 42 mid-season power ranking will be in March as well. So there's a lot of that sort of stuff going on in March. And then April, I do have the final juror ranking for Big Brother. And then all the season... again, that's going to be busy. Oh, and I also have the top 10 worst player of all time videos in April. And then March is so filled with BB Can and Survivor 42. Yeah, I'm looking at... Yeah, like, obviously, I did say that, like, a while back. And, like, I've been trying to keep up with that, but, like, I haven't really been, like, holding myself to that necessarily. Like, I haven't actually been, like, fully paying attention, but I have been trying to schedule things to where the channel should do, like, consistently well. Actually, July is pretty stacked, looking at it, in terms of videos. Though, to be fair, like, it's weird, too, with, like, certain videos where, like, there's some videos that, like, take a while to make, and, like, that I obviously want to make, but it's, like, also, like, they don't necessarily do the greatest. And, like, something like the Genius, like, player ranking, like, that's one that, like, obviously is, like, was fun to make. I really enjoyed the process of making that one. Like, it is a bigger video for what it is. But it's also one that, like, not many people are going to watch. So, like, that's kind of a weird thing. Even when I get around to, like, the BB Can, because I talked about this next year, I'm probably going to rank every BB Can player before BB Can 11. That is currently the plan. And, like, while, obviously, it's going to be... like this big project, and it's probably going to be very long and whatnot. Like, I don't know how many people are actually going to watch it. Like, to be fair, I'm sure it'll be more than your standard BB Can video, but it's definitely not going to do as well as, like, if I were to do a similar thing for Survivor US or Big Brother US or whatever.
Hey, get off!
Yeah. BB Can final juror ranking, as of right now, it's in March. I mean, it has to be, though. Like, it has to be around that time, right? It has to be before we get too far into BB Can 10. So, I would suspect in March. Sometime there. Again, like, the schedule right now for, like late February to early March, like, is very wonky, because, like, we have a lot of things that we don't 100% know when dates are coming, like, when, like, the Survivor 42 cast is coming out, when BB Can 10 cast is coming out, when we get the merge on Australian Survivor Blood versus Water, like, that's going to affect some things. When we get the I guess we kind of know when we're getting the merge on 42, I guess, based on the like, it following the structure of 41, but yeah, I mean, there's, like, a lot of things in flux in terms of release dates. But yeah, I would suspect BB Can Fallen Juror ranking will be out in March.
Took you long enough. We almost got killed.
Micronesia auction? Yeah, I mean, you'll see.
Vargas. Seriously.
Recasting Heroes vs. Villains, that's one that is very much in flux. Because, like, that's one of these weird videos where, like, I can release it at any time and it doesn't matter. Like, it's not a video that's, like, time sensitive. To where, like, something like my top 10 worst player of all time video for Survivor. Like, that's more time sensitive than something like a recasting video. Because, like, recasting videos are based around those specific times in Survivor history. So it's like, the more, like, if this was like Survivor 60, that video wouldn't change. It would still be the same thing. So because that's, like, those videos are much more susceptible to being delayed. To where, like, that video was actually supposed to come out this month, wasn't it? Or no, in January. But then that's when I bumped the What If Every Winner was decided by public vote video. I bumped that video up. And I bumped the Edge of Extinction video up because that was supposed to be in March. And that's why I moved the Survivor Auction video up. So as of right now, that's actually scheduled for all the way in June. Pretty much like after all the craziness of all these shows going on.
Yes,
but
we have a deal.
yeah, like it's been delayed quite a bit.
And if you ever cross me,
Just because, like, again, it doesn't matter when it comes out. No, I'm not much more of Cobra Kai. Don't know when I'm going to either at this point. I really want to get this challenge fucking video done at this point. I really like. I've been watching challenge for what 2.5 months now. I really need to finish this shit. And again, I am a good way through Vendettas at this point. I am at. So I just watched episode 10, which is the Bananas boots, and then also you have the Kaylee drama. Oh, that's really great. Yeah, I think that might be one of the best episodes, like individual episodes of the channel. But the season as a whole is like kind of eh. Like I was very, very low on Vendettas when I first watched it. I'll say I'm probably higher now, but I don't know how high it's gonna be in the overall ranking. Just because like it's not that great. Like it's a very meh season. Like it's a very like inoffensive season for the most part.
No, wait. Over here, come on.
So yeah, I don't know. I don't know where it'll be. It'll probably be like somewhat in the middle. Yeah, Spy Size Now is definitely my least favorite modern challenge season. I'm not sure if I'm gonna rewatch it or not for this. Because obviously I just watched it, but also I kind of would like to rewatch it just for like me to have a more like retrospective sort of take on it.
Nathan, get me up there.
God damn it, my headphone. I probably need to get a new headset. Like this headset's been like kind of wonky recently. Where like the audio from the left it just went out again for some reason. That's not great, obviously. I've been thinking like I might buy the official PlayStation one. Just I hear that one's pretty solid. Problem is that it's like $100. But if it lasts, I might just do it anyway. What did I rank Banana CT Emily's win? I mean, like it's probably. I don't know. Is it better or worse than Kara's and Darrell's? I mean, like the competition. It's like the thing is, like the champs had no real competition on Champs versus Stars. Where like it felt pretty clear that they were going to win the entire time. Where like at least like Kara and Darrell had a bit more competition there, especially because they had to face off against another team that was from the champs. It's not like they were just facing off against just all this like mediocre stars, and also the stars team just in general is much weaker than the pros. So yeah, I don't know. Like I would probably say Kara and Darrell's was more impressive. Oh, yeah, the Mon 1 twist is pretty fun. The entire concept of Mon 1's fucking dumb. But I did like the, like adding this, like, social strategy element to, this, like, last second nomination. Because I think coming into it, like, everyone was kind of expecting that, oh, Cynthia would just get the opportunity to nominate a person on the spot. And, like, that would have been kind of underwhelming. But, I think the way they did it was actually pretty interesting, where they did this other,
Just keep searching over there.
like, I don't know what you call it, but like, essentially they added this, like, social strategy element to how they decided who gets nominated. I did like that a bit more. It's the premiere of the challenge 38. White Australian Survivor show Brianna's ass more than probably because they liked it. That's what I would guess. Wouldn't it also be just weird for David watching the show that he's in, that like like, his daughter's ass got more content in the first few episodes than he did. Yeah, like Safety Chain, yeah, from, like, Sequester and stuff.
No, you hold on! Hold on!
And that's essentially what it is. I mean, too, Fred, he did do it in BBOTT before Sequester did it.
Give me your other arm!
Which I think is, like, I don't know, is that, like, a game that's, like, popular from outside of that? Like, I don't know if, like, that was a thing that, like, BBOTT, like, concepted or not, but,
No, I can't.
I'm sure some other show's done a similar
Your
thing
brother is dead.
before,
Either come
but
with me or
either
join
way,
him.
yeah, I mean, that's essentially what it was.
Just have it your way.
I thought Teddy was fun for what it was. And, like, Teddy's someone that, like, coming into the season I thought was going to be really, really boring. And, like, again, she played the game harder than I expected. I think that's something, at least. Like, she seemed to care, like, more than most other people on the season.
I'm coming. I gotta keep going.
Like, I don't think she played particularly well. I think her campaigning was pretty terrible, but... again, she cares. That's what I need to say. Do a what if there's no idols? That's on my list of video ideas. Actually, wait. I'm a fucking idiot. I'm literally a fucking idiot. Like, I was just talking about how the audio went out on the left headset. I'm just an idiot. I didn't have it around my ear. I'm just a fucking idiot. Alright, never mind. My headset's fine. It's perfect. Yay. Is David still the worst player of the season? Probably not. I don't know. I mean, well, I think we'll have to see one more tribal to fully solidify it. But I would suspect no. I don't know, though. It's like he should have been the first boot on his tribe, though. And, like, almost solely due to his own doing. While, like, I feel like with Brianna and Andy, I have more, excuses to bring up. So, I don't know, David might still be at the bottom, but we'll have to see. Like, if he survives one more tribal after this, I think for sure he's not at the bottom. But as of right now, I think it's a debate. There's definitely, he's in the debate with Andy and Brianna. Would I ever do a top 10 dumbest people on the tribe? Probably not dumbest. I might do like a top 10 worst challenge competitors video. Or maybe like a top 10 like dumbest moves. Maybe that's something to do. Why is that like Rose Flask there, by the way? But whatever. Oh, they didn't change the credits? They really just didn't do anything for this remaster, did they? Outside of just adding the like haptic feedback and frame rate. Like, it really feels like they like put the bare minimum into this remaster. Well, whatever. Good Childs are clearly the worst pair of on the season. I mean, Kate and Andy are not great either. And yeah, like at least David's still in there. Like, I think there's still at least potential for David to be high enough to where, like, I would say Kate and Andy are worse.
You got it.
And Sophie's not going to be at the bottom.
Hey, by my watch, you're down to
Like, I think if Sophie was voted out here, she would still be number one of the four boots.
If you don't find it soon, I'm calling it.
I'll find it.
Alright.
But, yeah. I mean, like, she's not... As of right now, she's not great. But obviously, she's still in the game. There's still more things she could do. It's going to be interesting, though, to see how her trajectory goes. Because, like, obviously, the edit really just buried her here in this episode. And then it does feel like they were not looking at her too fondly in the preview either. So, just wonder if they're going to continue to bash on her, but we'll see. Who are the dumbest people on the show? I mean, like, if we're talking about, like, from a pure intelligence standpoint, or we're talking about, like, from a, like, challenge standpoint. Because, yeah, like, I feel like Kayla is probably up there from, like, a challenge standpoint. Like, I think Kayla... Am I going the wrong way? You know what, actually? Let's restart checkpoint, because I have no clue where the fuck I'm going. Okay. But, yeah, I feel like Kayla and Hunter are up there from a like game standpoint. And Hunter might be even up there outside of that. And like, I think for Kayla's not like the weird thing is that Kayla is like talks about how she's like one of these like few people that have gone to college and like gotten a degree. Yeah, and like seems to like be doing okay post show. But like inside of the challenge, like she seems like a fucking idiot. Like it's so weird. How like you would assume that she would be competent enough, like especially in comparison to all these other challenge people, but she does seem to be not that bright while there.
Alright, here we go.
What if every medevac was a medevac? Again, that's already on my list of video ideas as well. Again, like the problem with these like sort of topics though is that there's just so much game to play that it just one, it takes a lot longer to talk through things, and also it's a lot more speculation. Where like I feel like the topics that I have covered for the most part up until this point have been things that have like more solid answers, and there's a lot less to speculate. While yeah, like with these medevacs again, we're talking about like Courtney, who was literally medevaced right away. Pat, which I mean, Pat probably has a more solid answer. Where like we know he was like kind of he was like the target of the like minority group. With his majority not even being that solid, so it's like
You see, that's why you get paid.
That's not that hard to play through, I guess. Though, if we're talking about like playing the season even after his boot, from the ramifications of his boot, then that would be pretty difficult. What am I doing? Oh yeah, I have to get the boxes first, right?
Found the other crate.
One down, one to go. Secure it in the trailer. We're nearly at your position.
Favorite Survivor player that isn't a ham? I don't know. I mean, like, it matters, like, how much you consider, like, Tony a ham. Like, how much of it is Tony playing it up for the camera, and how much of it is that actually just Tony? Because I do think a lot of it is just that's who Tony is. Especially from what we hear about him after the show.
That's one crate.
Where, like after Winners at War, like, there was this, like, charity event. Where, the poker charity event, where he was, with like Jeremy and Tyson and Boss Rob and all these people. And it's like supposedly he was like a complete lunatic there as well. And like supposedly it's like that's just who he is as a person. And like while I definitely do think he plays up certain elements, like I think he plays up like the Spy Shack and all that sort of stuff. But like I also feel like that is just genuinely who he is. Yeah, I have considered doing a winners edit video for International Survivor. Yeah, my issue with that is just there's not really as much of a winner's edit with International Survivor, especially for like older school seasons, and like even modern seasons. Like I don't think SA has a winner's edit, so it's like we're really just talking about Australian Survivor.
And that's two.
Modern Australian Survivor, so it's like,
all right.
Yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to doing it because like I think it would be more so about talking about how there is a lack of winners edit. So it's like I would ideally like to do it at some point. It's just that I don't know when.
Okay. That enough?
Yeah, plenty. Just don't
it'd be worth doing it.
No promises.
Okay, we got the other crate. I'm gonna strap it in with the others.
It's the first time. That's probably the last time I'm going to talk about John Kenny. I mean, like, I'm sure I'll do a Vanuatu retrospect. If I'm still doing YouTube videos by that point, I'm sure I'll talk about Vanuatu. Talk about John Kenny again. Put John Kenny on a Vanuatu player ranking. Again, if I ever get around to doing the ranking every Survivor player, I'll talk about John Kenny there. And there'll be opportunities. Family thinks Adams played again Idol at Tribal Council at Winners of War is the worst move? How is it the worst move? He's already going home anyway. Like it's just a very it's a very inoffensive move.
Let me know when you're on the sling.
And it's also a move that has like at least some basis to it, considering they have done it in an International Survivor.
Got it.
So it's like it's not out of the realm of possibility they would do it on Survivor US. Favorite AU and SA players? I mean, who's my favorite SA player?
Look at that beauty. How you feeling?
Like, if we're talking about just, like, how they play the game, like, I really like Graham. I mean, like, Graham is essentially a, like, normal version of Tony. Where he plays the game like Tony, but it's just, like, a more normal person. But, like, if we're talking about, like, more so, like, character related, and, like, I feel like, Nicole Capper, I do really like. I'm trying to think, who's on the last season? I don't know. I feel like Nicole Capper, maybe, like, I think Sivu's really likable. Tejan, I love Tejan. Chappies is fun. Yeah, I feel like those are like the top people that come to mind there. AU, I really don't know.
It's good to be back.
For AU.
Toss down your gear.
I mean, I really like Phoebe.
Here you go.
But it's like,
Thanks.
I think she didn't even make it halfway through either of her seasons. I really like Brooke.
I'm just making your
I
job
think Brooke's
easier,
probably
right?
up there. I mean, David's a great like TV character. Same thing with Luke. Henry, I loved Henry at the time. When 2017 was airing. Even now, again, a great character, bad player. But a really fun character.
Hey, so how about you let someone else be point?
Sarah from
No thanks.
from 2017, I really liked. Matt Rogers, I forgot about Matt Rogers. I loved that Matt Rogers. Yeah, those are probably the answers there. I mean, Haley and George, both of them.
Got underbid.
I really like as well.
Hey, competition's tough.
Do I like Santoni? I think Santoni's a great TV character.
See here now.
Like, I don't think she's the best player, or really even a good player. But again, she's really likable. Like, I would really like to see her on Return of the Outcast, which I'm fully expecting. So, yeah. Oh yeah, I've talked about doing a host ranking.
Look at that. We struck copper.
Which I'll probably
Well, you'd
do
be surprised
at some
how much this
point.
stuff is worth.
But yeah, Julie would be at the
Client's
bottom.
paying good money for the full cover.
I've also thought about doing a something I'm thinking I'm gonna do.
Let's go celebrate.
And this is so far down the line. But I was just like looking at my schedule.
No, not unless there's hazard pay.
Not too long ago. And as of right now, my 500th video would be out on a Wednesday, like sometime at the end of 2023. Obviously a while from now. But I think for that, like I might just do a like top 10 reality shows or like reality show seasons. Like just do a like, or at least do some sort of ranking that's on like a grander scale of like within the scope of reality television, more so just one specific show. I feel like that might be a fun thing to do there.
Nate, hold on.
Hey, what are you doing here?
Because like it's a Wednesday video, which is like that's a spot that I would be more willing to do that sort of video for. Where like I feel like Saturday is like I wouldn't be opposed to doing a more general video like that, but I also feel like it's probably not going to do the greatest.
Equipment too. We are all set. Except
yeah, I would like to do
the guy I trust for the job, the only
a
one.
video like that.
He's got cold feet.
My feet were never
I think Haley's a good character. I think she's a fine character. Like I fail to like remember much of like much interesting as like a full blown character, like in terms of like things outside of gameplay.
No permits.
But I do think her gameplay is very interesting, which makes her like interesting TV.
Retirement money for the both of us. Okay, I don't know about you, but I don't want to be working salvage when I'm 60. Do you?
Sure beats prison. Listen, I have to pass. And trust me, so should you.
Okay, just take it with you. Humor me.
I'm not going to change my mind.
No, then don't.
Yeah, I think Amazing Race season 5 would be in the top 10.
The kids for me, okay?
Right.
I think it will be the only Amazing Race season that would even be in contention, but I think it would probably be top 10. And then, like obviously Survivor Kagiyan would be there for sure. I'm trying to think what other Survivor season would be there. Like Heroes vs. Villains would probably be there.
It would make a hell of a find.
And like I don't know if like Dave vs. Goliath or Pearl Islands make it. I think BB Can 5 for sure makes it.
No.
BB 10 probably makes it.
You are going with the others.
BB. By the way, I've thought about this a bit recently. I think like the more and more time goes on, BB Can 5 might be my favorite Big Brother season. I just realized I got a fucking message from YouTube Studio saying congrats on 10,000 subscribers. So that's something. Anyway. Yeah, so yeah, like BB10, borderline BB7, BB14. Then yeah, BB Can 5, BB Can 9 is like borderline. I don't know if any International Survivor cracks the list. Because if I'm talking about like how, like I don't know if Dave vs Goliath or if Pearl Island's cracked the list. Like I don't know how, like probably my favorite SA season at this point is what, Immunity Island? Either that or Philippines, and like they're both like not quite at that level to me. And same thing with Australian Survivor. I'm an idiot. So it's like I don't know. I don't think anything, and I don't think any challenge season's gonna crack it either. Honestly, I haven't put the list together. To be honest, it might. Like I doubt Australians. I doubt International Survivor's gonna quite make it, but maybe a challenge season could, on the very bottom of it. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. It's like the international season's like barely even cracked the global list. So it's like that's just Survivor. So it's like I don't see how they quite make it on a full-blown reality television ranking. Circle, I don't think any Circle season makes it.
So many men.
I don't know. Maybe what should I make it like a qualification? Oh yeah, I forgot the Genius. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. But yeah, the Genius would would definitely make it. Obviously, I mean Genius. Like, maybe I should make a rule that like maybe only like 2 of each show or something, or maybe only 1 of each show. Because like I feel like if I don't do that, then it might like the list like will probably just be all 4 seasons of the Genius, and then like probably Kagian, Here's His Villains, Amazing Race 5, BB10, BB Can 5, and then I think 1 more, right? But yeah, like it might not be that interesting of a list if I do it that way. So yeah, I might make it a rule of like 1 per series.
Bullseye. Take that.
Do I have 10 shows? I think I do. I mean, but then again, like some of them are. And let's set this up actually. What do I have on my banner? Because I know I'm pretty sure I have over 10 shows. But then again, it's like also like some of those are like Survivor UK, and like different versions of the Circle. So from that, like maybe not. But honestly, like I've watched more than just the shows I cover. Shit, that's not the right banner. Let's see, what do I got here? What do I even have on the banner anymore? Again, this banner that almost no one actually gets to see. I have Big Brother US, BB Can, BBAU, Australian Survivor, Survivor South Africa, Survivor New Zealand, Survivor UK, Survivor US, The Genius, Sasuke, ANW. Well, Sasuke doesn't really count. ANW, The Circle, Amazing Race, The Challenge. That's 14, right? No, I miscounted that. That's 12. Oh, no, that's 13. And yeah, it's not including different versions of the Circle. Yeah, so I mean, I would like to do that video. I'll probably just make it that rule. But maybe try to add in some other things. I don't know. We'll see. Obviously, again, that's over a year down the road. Well, thanks, Sir Quill, for the 7-month resub. Again, can't believe I've been affiliate for 7 months now, considering I feel like we're not that far ahead of where I was when I got affiliate, but whatever. Make it top 30 and stuff, top 10. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll do top 25. Maybe that's what I'll do. Actually, wait, what did I do for... Did I do top 25? I did. Okay, maybe I'll do top 25. That might be what I do. Because I feel like that's what I'm doing nowadays, is for things I go beyond top 10, but also don't want to do just everything. I do top 25. Like, I ended up doing that top 25 games of the generation. I also prepped a top 25 jury speech video for Survivor. So, like, I'm thinking that that's probably where I'll go. Maybe top 25 seasons of reality television. And then, like, get rid of the rule, obviously, at that point. Actually, I don't know. Like, maybe do I... Because, like, I want to add an international season of Survivor on there. And, like, even if it's top 25, it's like, does one crack it? Like, maybe, but it's like...
Back in business.
We'll have to see.
Eat plastic.
Yeah,
I would like to watch Amazing Race Canada by then. Oh yeah, Celebrity Apprentice would make it on the list. I don't know if a Celebrity Apprentice season cracks top 10, but yeah, if we're doing top 25, I'm sure a season would end up there. Do I add College Survivor? Do I add Sequester? Because like Sequester season 2 and season 4 would possibly make it. And if we're talking about College Survivor and like Survivor Maryland All Stars, I would probably make it. You got Survivor Michigan season 1, which would for sure make it. Like, to be honest, Survivor Michigan season 1 might even be top 10 if it was included on reality television list. So it's like, I don't know. I'll obviously think through it eventually. Return of the Outcast could potentially make it. We'll see. But yeah, like, I mean, I've said this before. Number 1 is going to be Kakian.
Oh, is that what we're calling it?
I feel like it would be very tough
Hey, would you mind grabbing the
to
food?
beat Kagian
Wrapping up here.
for me.
Yeah, sure thing.
Like, to me, it is a pretty perfect season of reality television. And it's also one that, like, I have a lot of, like, I don't know if nostalgia is the right term, but, like, I do have a lot of reverence for it. With it essentially being the first Survivor US season I watched, like, unspoiled. And also how crazy of a season it is.
Done.
Finish it?
Yeah. You know.
Hopefully we don't get a trilogy of bad first All-Star seasons for Survivor. Right? Hopefully not. I mean, like, I do trust LaRue. Like, even in the, like, his, like, worst season, being Island of Secrets, like, they somehow turned that into a much better season than what it should have been. Considering it was a season, like, completely dominated by one player. It was still, like, a really interesting show along the way. So it's like, I'm hoping that, even if it does end up being a season where, like, all the big, like, characters go out back to back to back, that we at least have,
early 21st
like, an interesting show being produced.
The natives called it a semi.
Well, I think Sophie as a player, I mean, if we're talking about from AU, I mean, not great, but she at least had, like, a core group that had her back here.
About tourism in Bangkok, but
again, not a great player.
Like the angle that I'm taking, because everyone
she does seem to be pretty domineering.
How rude the smog was, that it was like shock to the lungs. Like,
I find it funny that the original image they used for this was taken from AC4 Black Flag. Whatever. Now we're about to get to Crash Bandicoot. That's something. Get to play in 60 frames. Network 7 or Network 10. Which one's Network 7?
Where are you?
I'm in here being stabbed with a fork.
Is that the one that does Big Brother Australia?
Just keep going.
It is, right?
It was interesting.
7 Network.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I mean, like,
about?
Is there that much of a difference?
What?
I mean, I like Australian Survivor more than I like Big Brother Australia. So, I mean, that's something.
It's about, the lost
all
city
these
of Bangkok.
matter, obviously.
Not Bangkok.
You think SA will have a good season? Or good characters? Yeah, like, I think, like, obviously, like, without there being winners or anyone that even made the Final Tribal, it's like, we're probably more, like, we're looking at a cast probably of better characters than they are players, at least the first time around. That, and also I think we're probably going to get a lot of like, or not a lot, but like probably a decent amount of free jury boots as well. Like these like people who had potential their first time around but didn't really get to show it.
Really? I mean, he doesn't.
I'm surprised we have not gotten spoilers, by the way, on like cast spoilers on SA. Considering supposedly it was supposed to start filming
if it's just a permit,
at the end of last month. So like you would assume we would have had cast spoilers by now, but there really isn't any.
I just don't want you to not take it because of me.
I'm not taking it because of me, okay?
Let's see. Yeah, like I don't think we have any. By the way, I believe we did get an update from Redmond over the weekend on 43 and 44
I'm gonna go ahead and
for Survivor, which is pretty much just it's more of the same.
You did them last night.
Newbie seasons, no theme.
At least
again, nothing really notable. Like it's really just more of the same. Which is not surprising.
You'll play me for it.
Yeah.
But supposedly are filming.
I bet I
think in April. I think it said.
You think that you can beat my high score on my TV game thing?
Yeah, I think you're scared now.
You don't even know what it's
Not
called.
that
I don't
much
need
to
to
really
know
talk
what it's
about there.
called. I've seen you play. It's jumping and running, and I have a natural.
Yeah, I'm sure Werner's gonna be there.
So,
I'd be very, very surprised if Werner's not gonna be there. Again, like the people who I feel like are absolute locks. You got Werner, you got like Santoni, you got Chappies, you got Jacques. I feel like those people are like for sure on. Like I'll be very surprised. I see you later, Radio Ranger.
Is this it?
Thank you for showing up. How many days will it be? I'm not sure. I would assume 39.
You have no patience.
I don't think they would have as much incentive to change it there. Oh, I forgot about that though. Yeah, Chappie's just had a kid, but yeah, I mean, like he definitely could decline.
How do you make it go?
But I mean, the thing is, like we talked about this, like when we got the cast or when we got the theme announcement, is that I suspect that they had the cast already at the time that they announced the theme. Because like, why would they be so confident in announcing the theme before they had a cast already lined up? Where like I don't think they would have been as confident to already like outright announce that, hey, we're not having any finalists or winners on our season. Like I feel like that's a pretty bold move to make if you don't have a cast already picked beforehand. And if that's the case, then like I feel like it would be surprising me that they would be that willing to be that open with it if they didn't get someone like a Chappie, someone who is like such a clear favorite to be on the season to begin with. Oh yeah, Plus, I forgot about Plus. Yeah, Plus is for sure on as well.
It's a bandicoot.
That doesn't look anything like a bandicoot.
Have you ever seen a bandicoot?
No.
And it's so weird that they did that though with Return of the Outcast. I'm too fair. They did that with like the Island. They did that with Island of Secrets, where they like announced the themes like really early on. But it still feels weird that we did get it all the way back in November, and like we haven't heard anything since.
I don't know. How do I climb back up?
You're dead.
Well, that's not realistic.
I still can't believe like it came out on Thanksgiving in the U.S.
You should learn to climb.
Because I remember like I was literally at Thanksgiving dinner with my family and like saw the thing where it got announced. And like I literally went home afterwards, recorded the fucking cast speculation right away.
What's that?
Nothing.
Talking smack again.
Stay focused.
I kind of forgot that was even a thing though, that it's filming.
Oh yeah.
Okay, good.
But yeah, if we get a cast, then I'll do a cast reaction video. But can you win this? I'm assuming you can, right? But I don't think I ever have.
You asked for it.
But then again, like it also feels weird that
I practically had it.
like this scene just feels kind of perfect.
Come on, double or nothing.
So like I'm assuming you can't win. I don't know.
Are you gonna start the smack talk
There's
now?
this mode called easy mode. I just switch it. It's way easier on easy.
I mean, are they going to use? Or are we talking about 43, 44?
What are you gonna do? In real life, what can you do? Show me. What can you do in real life?
Yeah, like I'm interested in seeing what they do for 43, 44, because obviously for 41, 42, they're essentially the same season, but just different casts.
Of course.
Where like they're using the exact same format, exact same twist. Like I wonder if they're going to do the same thing for 43, 44.
Really?
And if they do, then I feel like that's probably going to get pretty stale, but we'll see. I suspect 43, 44 are going to be 29 days or whatever. That's how long they are now, right? Or is it 20? I don't even fucking remember. How long was 41, 42? But either way, it'll be that length. It'll be the shortened length.
We're closed.
26 days. Was it really 26 days?
Come on, man.
For some reason, I was thinking 29.
Coming.
Whatever. But yeah, I think for sure they're keeping it the shortened cycle. I don't think they have much incentive to go back.
Looking for my little brother.
Especially because it's just cheaper to do it this way anyway.
It's about your height, a little bit leaner. Definitely less.
Yeah, I knew old SA was 29. Yes, this is even shorter than that. That's kind of weird, isn't it?
God, Sam.
Oh, all right. Take it easy.
How? I thought you... I saw you get shot.
Yes, you did. Right
They
there.
announced a new season of that show.
Well, the doctors, they patched me up and they tossed me right back in the
So yeah, again, this is going to be a pretty crazy year for reality television. We just have so much shit going on.
Everything I heard, everything I found.
Like even just this, even now. I mean, again, like just now we have Australian Survivor, Celebrity Big Brother. I mean, again, 3 fucking episodes of Australian Survivor, 5 episodes of Celebrity Big Brother. We got Amazing Race going on, and then we also are getting into the preseason for BB Can and Survivor in the next few weeks. So all that's kind of insane.
Hey, you still with me?
And yeah, we're going to have 42 in BB Can. I'm assuming we're going to get a Circle season at some point in the near future. Also, we're going to have the Challenge All-Stars 3 in the near future as well.
I just might.
Then, what, like, by the like mid-year? Is that a phrase? Whatever, like by summer, I guess. We're going to have, like, Big Brother 24. We're going to have...
Have a seat.
I mean, I guess SA, right? Survivor SA. A&W, I guess. I still haven't decided. Like, should I do that A&W 4 video? Still haven't decided if I'm going to bother.
It's a pretty crazy ass story.
Crazy stories.
But either way. I got that. End of the year again. And by then, we'll probably have the challenge, right? Probably Challenge 38. We got probably another AU season.
Where do I start?
Survivor 43.
The best part.
I'm sure there's other things I'm not remembering, but either way, there's so much shit. It'll be interesting to see the BB Can cast. Again, I'm not expecting All-Stars at all. Like, I'm not expecting like a full-blown All-Star season. But it would be cool if we get like a half and half season.
And all I had to do was fake my own death.
Next Level Chef? Is that really what the Gordon Ramsay show is called?
I mean, what can I say? Another...
Hell's Kitchen, I forgot about that. That's another show I would like to try out at some point.
Barely.
But don't know when that'll be.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, I just have so much shit I need to watch right now. And really, like, the challenge is really, like, delaying all that. Because, like, by now I should be starting the work on the BB3 retrospective. And then after that would be
with nothing.
Survivor Thailand and Glass House is kind of an extra one that I'm doing. And also, what was the other one? Oh yeah, A&W 4 if I'm going to do it, which I'm still a bit undecided. Oh yeah, I forgot about BBAU. I didn't even talk about that. That's also happening
Elena,
later this year.
That's my wife. You gotta come meet her.
So yeah, there's so much shit. At my place. You're coming. But I think it's gonna be next boot. Again, like we talked about this earlier. Like I guess if they're promoting it as this like big blindside, then I could see it being like one of Sandra or Nina, or Khan. I feel like those are probably the 3 that are the most likely to me. Especially because it very much feels like they've been setting up a Khan boot recently with a lot of like content from Mark.
Yeah, he's the drug lord. Mm-hmm.
Where, like, if Khan goes home, then I'm sure it's going to be something that they use to prop up his edit.
It's a funny story, but,
so...
last year, he was my son.
I feel like those are probably the 3 biggest options there.
So this is how I got out of prison.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. I never answered the house soap you're going to do on the Water Tribe. Like, it could go one of 2 ways. It's either she's the next boot, or... next boot from that tribe, or she's probably going to probably be in it for a long haul, I guess. Like, I feel like her edit like would support her having a deep run. But again, like I could also see it just leading to her being booted pretty soon. I think a lot of it's going to come down to how hard KJ is going to fight for her. Yeah, Khan going home with an idol in his pocket, I feel like that's definitely very likely based on the edit.
With their small lives, their miserable jobs.
Yeah, why'd Sandra say she got one vote to the other track? Why'd she say a lot of the things that she says? I mean, that seems like an oddly specific thing to say, though, didn't it?
And when we get out of here,
by the way, this segment is so fucking weird. Like, this entire scene here, because, like, it's all fake. Like, I don't get why they even have this here. Like, I get it as a tutorial to the combat, to the gunplay and everything, but, like, it's just weird.
That's if I get out of here. I'm sure you can imagine.
Because, like, it just doesn't, it's not real.
But I want to hear you say it.
I will find the greatest pirate treasure of all.
Again, like, once I get done with all those shows, I would like to start a new series. It probably will be Amazing Race Canada, though, over Hell's Kitchen.
Become a sweet lullaby for me.
Still, there's just too many shows I want to watch.
Think you can find it?
Given the opportunity?
Even game, like, I kind of slowed down recently in terms of me getting through these games in 2021. I really need to kind of pick up the pace again. I did finish Scarlet Nexus since last time. Well, I finished the Yuito playthrough, which annoyed me because the game crashed on me after the final boss battle, so I didn't technically finish it. Essentially, I finished the final boss battle, and then I paused it during like some of the ending cutscenes, and then the game just like crashes on me. And then like the last checkpoint is not until before the final boss battle, so I was like, "Fuck it, I'm just gonna watch the ending." Like I'm not gonna bother fucking replaying the final boss battle to just actually watch it, actually watch the ending on my end. So whatever. It was fun. And like I'll be honest, like Scarlet Nexus, like I felt like I didn't know what the fuck was going on for a lot of it, and I felt like it wasn't until like the back like final phases that I started to get into it a bit more. I think like once like your group like teams up with Kasane's group, I feel like that's kind of where like I started to pick up on it a bit more. Well, like, I felt like for like pretty much like through phase like probably like 7, like I didn't really know what was going on. Well, what am I doing here?
Come on.
Oh. I'll say I did really like the game though. Like in terms of like the I really like the combat system. I did feel like it got very repetitive though by the end. Like, I just feel like you're just fighting the same style of enemies over and over again, so that part of it got repetitive. But the combat system itself, I did really, really like. Especially, again, once you get Kasane's group, you have, like, so many options. For all these different abilities you can use. Oh, you play Kasane first? Okay. Yeah, I do intend on watching, like, I'll probably just, like, look up the Kasane playthroughs cutscenes or something and try to watch through those. Because, yeah, I'm not going to spend another, like, 20 hours just playing through the Kasane playthrough. Okay, well, that was typical. So, yeah, I do intend on, watching those, but I haven't gotten around to it just yet. Oh, they changed the reload button in this game? I never noticed that. It's different from the original trilogy. Okay. Fuck up. But yeah, I enjoyed Scarlet Nexus. I will say that's out of the games I finished so far from the year, which I think I finished 11 or 12. It's like second to last, I think, out of those. Which is like weird because like I enjoyed it. Like that makes it sound like it's bad, but like I enjoyed it. It's just that it's like I just feel like every game that I've finished from the year of 2021 so far has been like pretty solid. like for me, the BioWare game that I finished of the year so far is 12 minutes. Yeah, 12 minutes. But like every game outside of that, I think it's at least is like an 8 out of 10 or slightly above. But I feel like all those games are like kind of in the same ballpark. Like I don't think there's like out of the games I played so far, like there's no like 9 out of 10 or like a truly like great game. But like they're all like good. Like solid like 8.5 out of 10s. But like there's no like Horizon Zero Dawn, there's no like God of War or like Persona 5 or Witcher 3 or like any of these games on like a grander scale. Yeah, I'm interested in Tales of Arise. I feel like Tales of Arise is the only game left that I can see cracking that, based off what I've heard of it. But we'll see. As of right now, I still have True Colors as number 1, which is kind of funny to me, because I didn't expect it to be number 1 up to this point. But I did also, since the last time I streamed, I did play 30 minutes of It Takes Two by myself, so that's something. I talked about this last stream that I didn't record any footage of it on my initial playthrough, so like I want to record footage of it for B-roll, but like I also like don't care enough to like coordinate to try to get someone to play it to record that B-roll. So I literally played it by myself. I literally had 2 controllers and played it for 30 minutes of me playing through the opening section. So that's something. It was a bizarre experience. I think it'd be funny, actually. I think that's something I thought about. Is like, that would be funny to do on stream, is try to play It Takes Two by myself. But then I feel like that would take so much focus that I can't really give while I'm doing streams like this, because like I spend so much of it talking to chat. But yeah, that would be a disaster. That would just be hilarious.
Samuel, take cover.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about with this game. It's like, it's so weird. They made this entire massive section. Okay, well, that's something. But yeah, it's so weird they made this section that doesn't exist. Yeah, I guess that's how you can sum up my experience. I mean, that'd be cool if, I think it'd be, like, weird, but, like, if there was, like, I know there's, like, speed runs, right? Where, like, people donate, and then, like, when people donate, they can, like, change how, the character's moving when someone's speedrunning a game. Like, I know that's a thing. Like, that'd be cool if they did the similar thing for, like, It Takes Two, where, like, it's just the chat being able to control the character, like the other character. That'd be hilarious. Would I ever make a video ranking every Amazing Race winner as an individual racer? Probably not. But it's probably a video that's more, like, I feel like that's more likely to happen than some, I don't know, a lot of other Amazing Race videos though. But I don't know if I would care enough to actually assess all of them as individual racers. Who would be number 1 though? I actually genuinely don't know. Oh, is that a thing that there is a, like, Twitch plays, that they do that sort of thing? Yeah, Scott was pretty good. Yeah, I feel like that's probably the first people that come to mind, like people who had, like, pretty bad partners. I think when you despite that. So I think it's something like a Cody Nixon. And yeah, like, Scott's really good. Maybe Zach. Blowing Zach. Colin's probably pretty good too. Though I think his partner's probably a bit more competent. Especially on the season that they actually won.
Hold on!
Very tied in the story. Yeah, I mean, that'd be funny if they did like full-blown narration for this segment too. Or like he was like, oh yeah, and then I died. And I was like, oh wait, no, that didn't happen. It's so fucking dumb. Oh my god, this section really is... I thought this was the end. Actually, this might be still the end. Nearly made a friend on Fortnite? Why only nearly? I felt like Jessica was bad. Or at least she was like really mediocre. Wasn't that like a major storyline of the season? Like how Cody was good at everything and like Jessica wasn't that good until like the final task. So like Jessica actually helped them win. Like that final task that gave them the win. I feel like I remember that being like a storyline on the season.
Oh well.
Yeah. But again, I don't remember Amazing Race well enough to
Here, Samuel.
really properly do it.
I'm good. I'm better than good, actually.
You're dehydrated. Go on, drink.
I find it funny, like I'm looking at updates for Celebrity Big Brother live feeds. I just find it funny how mediocrely a lot of these people are playing.
Take a bath.
Specifically, like Todrick and Misha, where it's like they're two of the only people that are playing, but like they're playing like actively bad. To where like they're like pretty much turning people off on them, like whenever they talk to, like specifically Chris Kirkpatrick. Where it's like they're doing really bad work.
How long do you think it will
which
take?
is just humorous. Yeah, Misha is like more and more like. Initially, like, people were saying, "Oh, Misha's gonna be like Christmas." Like, I didn't really see it that much early on. Like, I thought she was probably gonna be more like a Casey. But yeah, I mean, she's pretty much like a Christmas. I could definitely see it at this point.
I do, okay, but listen,
With Todrick probably being like a Paul figure for her.
Okay, but I've got some very solid.
By the way, again, like Todrick seems even though Todrick has a lot of potential to be a boot for next few rounds, I can very much see Todrick being the Ross Matthews of the season. Like getting to the end and losing in a jury vote where like no one respects him.
More importantly, I believed you. That is
like I was just seeing so much of Ross Matthews in him in the way that he handles Teddy on her way out.
You see, the problem is
finished Amazing Race 1 today.
All of these doubts.
Yeah, oh yeah, Frank is a great racer too. Like I was actually, oh yeah, I forgot. That's why I did actually think about that, didn't I? I think I did add that to my list of video ideas as a top 10 individual racers.
People are lazy.
Because like I think that specific, my last rewatch that I did of Amazing Race 1 made me realize that Frank is like a really good racer. And like while he's a dick to Margarita at some point, like I do feel like he's probably a top 10 racer.
If you run.
Yeah, Shauna's playing really well. I think she's probably like she's number one in my power ranking right now. I do power ranking. So Celebrity Big Brother, I'm probably gonna do one after every eviction.
At that point.
But yeah, I mean, she's number one for me right now.
Death is not a mercy I will grant you.
You like Mariah, but I'm sick of BB Twitter always making. Yeah. Like I mean, like the thing about Mariah to me is just there's so much unknown that we don't know why she's hated by the other people in the house. I feel like that's the thing that I'm a bit more questioning is like, we know that there was like drama between her and Chris Kirkpatrick, and like everyone like seems to look at her as like very emotional and everything, but like we don't really know why.
When I find
but yeah, like BB Twitter is like very much like full blown like, oh, it's everyone else's fault and that sort of thing. It's like I'm not really like taking either side. Like I really like we just don't know like what the situation really is. But I do like Mariah from what we're seeing. But and like to be honest, like her game's pretty much the worst case scenario of what I was expecting in the preseason. But
here we are.
So it's like, yeah, like we just don't know a lot of what happened there.
Wait, trail?
I should do one for male and females,
no trail.
potentially.
After Rafe and I escaped,
Again, like the problem with that is just so much research that I don't really care to do for doing that. But like, it is a fun video. I think it would be a fun video idea, though. New Jackass movie is actually good. Is that really? I haven't paid attention to it. I did see like a commercial for it sometime. Yeah, 85% Rotten Tomato. 7.8 IMDb. That's pretty good too. 93% audience score on Rotten Tomatoes.
It's just the St. Dismas Cross.
Oh, is it?
So that's something.
The one we found was broken and hollow. Remember?
I mean, like I've never been a massive Jackass fan.
Holy crap! It's still intact.
Like I've watched the show here and there when I was a kid, and I watched the movies.
Avery made more than one cross.
And like I've watched Wild Boys. Was that the spinoff?
He's probably still inside this one. Well, all right. Well, where is this?
Oh, this exquisite piece is going up for auction in 3 days.
Mariah's probably a favorite in the house. Yeah, I like Mariah.
Oh, you know
yeah.
Like I think she's a fun personality. It's like also weird. Like like it's kind of weird that like
black market auction.
Like the way she talks in the DR is just very bizarre to me. Where like I don't know why, but like the first person that comes to mind when I see her is like the crazy woman from Squid Game. Like I don't remember her name. The older woman. But I don't know, like for some reason I get like a lot of her vibes from Mariah in the DR.
Oh man,
and like that's something that like kind of weirded me out.
No, I just don't do that kind of thing anymore. Besides, there are plenty of other guys that are much more equipped to handle this kind of thing.
Like who?
I don't know, like anybody.
Anyway,
Charlie Cutter.
No,
he's my go-to.
Yeah, I think Mariah's fun.
I don't trust.
She's probably going home tomorrow.
My life, okay?
Yeah, I mean, like I think she just feels very different for this cast. I mean, she is the youngest by what, like 7 years, and even like beyond that, there's only like 2 people within 10 years of her age-wise.
Certainly not.
So, I think that's obviously a major factor there. I know like Twitter's like bringing up though she's the only Asian person on the cast, and that's a factor. Like, and I mean obviously like I think it's like a minor factor, but I don't think it's like that definitive. But it's like I mean like she just feels different from the rest of the cast.
Jameson.
And I think age is probably the biggest factor in that. And I also think like the fact that she is like not as major of a celebrity, in the sense that I don't think even within her own like it doesn't feel like she has an ego. I think that's probably the better way to phrase it. They at least have like some level of ego to them. Maybe outside of maybe like a Shayna, I guess.
But
I feel like Mariah doesn't really have that, and I feel like she's kind of different in that aspect as well. I feel like she just feels very different from everyone else, like just in the way that she's like approaching the show. She survives tomorrow. She's guaranteed fan favorite. Potentially, I think Carson is also very high on that though. Especially if Carson also is in it for a long haul. I feel like Carson just inherently wins a fan favorite vote, where I feel like he's just such a naturally likable figure on the show.
Not cleanly.
And with him also being an underdog right now, that I feel like he's probably more likely to win. But
gets cold feet.
Yeah.
No, because he won't.
Or if he got caught.
I think I didn't give Margarita enough credit. I'll be honest, I don't even remember how much credit I gave her.
Get upstairs, unlock the window, and we're in. It's a solid plan.
Mariah for Survivor? Yeah, I mean, that'll be fun. I think that'll be interesting.
What if he stole the cross for himself?
Not in a million years.
Victor Sullivan. Same Victor we're talking about, right?
Yes, he's
I
double
mean, she kind of seems like in the,
No, not you.
like Kelly Kim sort of
We've never
mold.
seen eye to eye.
Like someone that is
But
like,
I trust
I mean,
him,
like
all right? He's
can
family.
think pretty critically about the game.
No. I just need
Maybe
you
a
to
bit
trust
high
him, too.
variance. Where again, like I think she's like
Fine.
probably going to fit in with a lot of casts,
through
but
for us.
especially modern casts, but isn't really naturally like the greatest socially.
Dude, at least just for
But
1 second,
I don't
consider
know,
the
I think she
crosshair.
would do well on Survivor, though. Misha should go on the challenge. I think I'm good. I don't think I need it. Like I think I'll be okay if we never see Misha on reality television. Yeah, Misha, like, yeah, she just seems like annoyed every time she's on screen. By the way, I didn't even mention this throughout the stream so far, somehow, but I did not watch the latest episode yet. I was working when it aired, and while I could have, like, technically watched it if I really wanted to, I wouldn't have been able to take, like, notes on it, so it's like, what's really the point? Considering I'm gonna have to rewatch it again anyway, so I'll probably wait until tomorrow morning to watch it. I'll probably actually end up watching Australian Survivor and Celebrity Big Brother back to back.
Oh, so this isn't your first time here?
Oh, it's more like third.
I did not hear it. I heard it was not the greatest episode, though.
Yeah.
So that's something.
Man, there's no way up under that bridge.
Yeah, rolled pulse points. Yeah. I'm an idiot. I don't know why I just did that. Yeah, I heard that they so I did listen to the beginning of the RJP podcast though, and yeah, they were talking about like they spent like the first 33 minutes, like it was until like 33 minutes into the episode they finished the HOH or something. So yeah, that's kind of what you would expect.
Yeah, see, it's all in the wrist. Here, let me see it.
There we go.
See?
Yeah, it's not bad. For a second attempt.
All right. So how far do I want to get here? I think I'll probably try to finish Scotland. That's where the next section is, right?
Oh, like a pro. It's your turn.
Yeah, I did hear a lot about it being about potatoes and that sort of thing, but it'll be interesting. But yeah, it seems like it was a mostly kind of whatever episode. Again, a lot of it focused around the HOH comp, and then they supposedly like hid the real reason why Chris is targeting Mirai, which again is expected.
First try.
All right.
So obviously
No
they're
one
not
likes a
gonna
show off.
like considering they blocked it from the feeds. Obviously they're not gonna show it on the show.
It looks like you can climb down and make your way over.
Right behind you. Okay.
You know, why Celebrity Big Brother 2? I just did not enjoy my experience watching it. I think a lot of that came from me being a Tom Green fan. And seeing like how like Lolo and Tamar were pretty mean-spirited across the season. I just felt like that came off as a bit icky to me. I do feel like now and I have not rewatched Celebrity Big Brother 2. And I feel like that's part of it too, where I feel like if I were to rewatch it now, I feel like I'll probably enjoy it more. I feel like I would probably enjoy Tamar as a character a lot more. But at the time that originally aired, I just did not enjoy it.
Smoothly, we won't need him.
Oh, did they not even why Catan was nominated? And to be fair, it's like, how much was there really even the show? Like, Catan hasn't been doing anything.
That should hold.
Okay. Yeah, that's funny if they didn't even bother trying. Oh yeah, I did hear about that too, about Todd Bridges. That like supposedly like he talked about him trying to throw the comp and then like, oh fuck, I guess that didn't work. And then like instantly locked in with only like 3 points or something. By the way, I love the Todd Chris Kattan feud. Excuse me? Okay. But yeah, I think like that. It's just hilarious. Like the entire thing's hilarious, especially like when Chris is like when Chris Kattan's like the deciding factor on putting Todd on the block. And like it all stems from Chris Kattan being annoyed at Todd for like him snoring.
Your other wonderful finds.
It's
the ones I
funny.
missed. You at least take any pictures?
Like it's also funny that these two people who are like in the middle of the house in terms of like these two people aren't playing the game really at all. Like are like two people who are actively targeting each other. Is also like a funny element of it.
This looks promising.
I think you mean precarious.
Oh, shit!
You okay up there?
Yeah, I'm good.
Is on the show or only on the Fiends? What is the Kattan Todd feud or what? Oh, it's up here, right? No, come on. I mean, like, it's been, like, kind of both. Like, I mean, like, it's been on the show. Like, I mean, we first heard about it on their show, where, like, Chris mentions in the, DR that, he doesn't like Todd because of his sleeping, and he says, oh, just kidding. But then, like, we find out on the feeds that it's like, nope, he actually does dislike, Todd because of that. But it's like, it's kind of been, a mixture of both.
Thanks.
Nathan?
You missed the other Celebrity Seasons live? Yeah, I watched both of them live. I mean, obviously, like, season 2 is when I started the channel, which is actually kind of insane that that my second video ever was a review for Celebrity Big Brother 2.
How do I look?
So it's kind of saying that now we're just now getting Celebrity Big Brother 3.
Let's go.
All right, I'm right behind you.
But yeah, I mean, it's a weird experience with it obviously being this like really condensed season. Like tomorrow we're gonna get the veto comp, but it's gonna be live during the episode.
Nobody cares if you're smoking indoors.
It's been a while.
Too long, boyo.
It's a great scene
You
for
remember
Sully.
my dead brother, right? Victor?
By the way, this is still like one of the biggest issues with Uncharted 4. It's just how much of a retcon Sam feels to the rest of the story. But it's very clear throughout Uncharted 3 in particular
About that.
that Sam was never concepted until they started work on Uncharted 4. Which is obviously like, that's the way most sequels work. Usually they don't plan that far ahead, but like, it very much just like blatantly feels like a retcon.
They brought it out of storage just before you guys got here.
They changed the lot order.
Took a whole pile of cash to make that happen.
Well, how long before they start the bidding?
10, 15 minutes
Still haven't made a friend, maybe we'll be Peyton List. I'm sure that's very realistic. I'm sure you'll meet Peyton List on Fortnite. I'm sure that'll happen.
We just need a diversion.
Like,
I don't know.
Yeah, it's like there's no like talk of Sam throughout any of the flashbacks. So despite the fact that they mentioned that we were side by side, like and like I guess technically they mentioned that he was in jail, right? Sam was in jail here and there. Which I guess is like the explanation for why he's not there during the scene where Nate and Sully meet up. But it's also weird. It's like Nate was married to Elena for like how many years here? And like he never mentioned Sam throughout the entirety of that. And like again, like part of that's like because they try to explain it in this story of like, oh, it's him trying to like. I mean, like the entire like growth of Nathan throughout this story is like him progressing his relationship with Elena through him being able to open up more and everything. But it's like it's also just dumb. He like never mentions this like massive part of his life.
that could work.
Throughout like the like 5 years they were married or whatever it is.
All right, I'll get to the breaker room.
It's like, did they just never talk about his childhood? It's like, how would he never mention his brother the entire time?
Roger that.
All right, Listen, we still got this.
Troy Baker being the main antagonist instead of brother would have been better. I mean, yeah, but like, wasn't the plan that he was going to be the brother and the main antagonist? I believe that was like the initial plan was that Sam was going to be the main antagonist. Actually, it wasn't even going to be Troy Baker though, right? That was going to be some other guy. And like Troy was brought in when they remade it, like redid it or whatever.
Our exit strategy. It's gonna get hairy.
To make him
look, relax. We pulled off tougher heists.
Like a sidekick.
Yeah, I know. Just try not to.
I just saw an interview with Bananas saying he'll be back next season.
If things go bad,
yeah, it wouldn't be
dead long
surprising.
before they catch us.
That's a comforting point.
I believe they're actually putting out the calls now, right? So, I'm hoping to hear some Challenge 38 news soon. Yeah, we still don't really know when filming is going to be, I don't believe. But, again, like, it'd be cool to start hearing some confirmed cast members, though, would not be surprised if, like, most of it's underwhelming. I was on Amanda Garcia's podcast.
This place is fancy. Of course they play douchey European techno.
Yeah, so far from playing this remaster, like, it really does not feel different at all. Like, obviously it's 60 frames.
Here we are.
Hey, let's do this.
And to be fair, the stream was 30, so you're not even seeing that. And then, like, you can definitely feel the, like, haptic, or not the adaptive triggers during combat, but it's like, also, it doesn't feel much different. They're saying filming in March, All-Stars probably airing in April. I would not be surprised at that.
See that?
Actually, All-Stars in April feels a bit late, though, doesn't it? I mean, I guess we haven't gotten a cast or anything yet, so I mean, I guess it's not the round possibility. Like an official cast.
A simple lift.
All right.
Can't not have Sydney on their radar. I'm sure she's someone they're considering. Like, I could definitely see them not putting her on, though. I think it'll be insane. Like, I think it'll be the complete wrong decision, but what am I supposed to do? Is this the pickpocket section? If it is, then where's the guy I'm supposed to pickpocket? Oh, again, I just wasn't paying attention. Oh, it's this guy. This guy, right? Yeah, there we go. And he moves before you can actually do it.
Oh, real smooth.
Because they need to add that line.
Yeah, I can tell.
Fuck off. What?
Oh, so close.
I'm talking about Sydney from Survivor 41. Which, by the way, I did see that she's still tweeting about Russell Hantz. Which is something. Fuck off. There we go. I mean, yeah, I have zero doubt she would say yes to the challenge. It's more so that the challenge want her. Yeah, she 100% would say yes. I can see a world where production, like MTV doesn't want her. But.
Okay. All right. Let's try this again. We'll still need these.
Great.
Apparently, Spy Theme is dropped, and production said they learned their lesson. Yeah, I mean, I kind of still doubt it that they learned their lesson, but well, then it matters what lesson they think that they need to learn. I think that's the thing. Because it's like, I feel like by them learning their lesson, they're probably like still thinking like War of the Worlds sort of trajectory for a season. Or like, I personally would like it to go back to like,
Nadine.
probably like,
Pleasure to see you again.
I'm trying to think, like, what was probably like Free Agents, probably like the last
Well, I guess I should be glad that's
season I like have less flaws with, I guess.
Recognize you out of your
He's like, I was thinking, like, obviously, like, Final Rec,
You know
like,
how it
and
is.
War of the Worlds 2 I like,
Every
but
once in a
also
while,
it's,
a job
like,
requires us
not
to
the
get
best
all
formatted season.
dolled up. Looking sharp,
Foul
by the way.
Reckoning is, like, again, a train wreck, and it's a fun train wreck, but also, like, again, not the best formatted season. So it's like, it's probably going back to, like, Free Agents or something.
Even if you are American.
That
my parents
it comes back to a format that I actually
Oh,
genuinely
Zama,
liked.
Can I get you something?
Scotch on the rocks.
Be right back.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind another World World season.
Date.
But I also feel like
Yes, I did.
I'm not like
He's trying to buy you a
like
drink.
in an ideal world I would like it to go back to like the Rivals, the Battle of the X's, the
What's it called? Coastline?
Free Agents, like sort of time period.
But you had a run-in with them.
But it's not going to. I know it's not going to.
Fortunately, she does not seem to be holding a grudge.
I'm good to go here. All right.
Oh yeah, that's for sure gonna
Somewhere else,
pass. I
stay out of trouble,
have
okay?
zero confidence in them casting Anthony or like or Adam Pike or like a Godfrey or like
Find where the waiters
any of these other people from BB Can that
Lure one out of the
would be
kitchen.
good picks.
And let's go find the kitchen.
Like I think it's much more likely that Anthony is on BB Can 10 than he is on the Challenge 38. And that's with no confidence that BB Can 10 is going to be All-Stars.
You would think. Crap. You see a waiter in there?
Nah, just more heavily.
Guessing that the kill card will be on the season. That'll be interesting. Yeah, that's something I did really like from the format of Free Agents. I'll say, like, something I noticed when watching Dirty 30. It's so weird how Dirty 30 is essentially Free Agents, but worse. It's like they're trying to do Free Agents, but just, like, doing it in a worse way. Where, like, the entire concept behind the what was it, Double Cross is, like, really terrible. Like, it's really bad from an entertainment standpoint. Where essentially they're doing the like kill card from Free Agents, but like making it in a way that harms the minority instead of like helps the minority. Well, like the cool thing about the kill card is that like literally anyone can go into elimination. That's why we had like Frank go in 2 times in a row there, and you have Bananas going in, Laurel going in at random points across the season in situations where they never would have been voted in. But then when we have like Dirty 30, it's like essentially becomes the opposite, where essentially it makes it so it's very unlikely that the minority is going to be able to put some from the majority in there. Because like in most situations, usually all but one of the people are ganging up on the other to where like that one person has one chance of pulling the right card. While everyone else is going to vote in that one specific person.
Here we go. Let there be light.
I mean, Jemmy backstabbing Jenna is pretty good. But again, a lot of that's like more so due to the circumstances that happened in the premiere, Jenna saving her. Or like without that, like it's just kind of a boring round. And to be honest, if it was anyone else that picked it, it would have been a boring round. Where like everyone knew that Jenna was getting voted in.
Good thing Sully's driving.
Imagine the first BB Can player being Beth. I would not put it past MTV to do that. I feel like that definitely feels like an MTV move. Again, when the first Amazing Race person is Jen Lee, again, would not be a surprise. Should you watch 30-30 before Vendettas? I personally would. Like, I feel like just in general with the trilogy. Specifically, what I did was when I went to watch Final Reckoning, I watched it, and at the beginning they instantly start like spoiling things that happened in Dirty 30 and Vendettas, and I was like, well, fuck it, I'm just gonna go back and watch 30-30 at this point. So that's what I did, is I went back to 30-30, then Vendettas, then Final Reckoning.
It's a lot of really rare vintage.
And like, I also like don't think it's the worst idea in the world to go to Invasion even before 30-30, because like Invasion kind of feels like the start of a new era.
Scary stories about the crew.
Yeah, don't worry about Sully. I can talk his way out of anything.
So like I would definitely recommend at least going back to 30-30. before Vendettas, but I would even like say like contemplate going to Invasion. Do I think War of the Worlds is harmed by having Ashley, Bananas, CT being first 3 to go? I think that's like an underwhelming element of it, but like I don't think like that's not why I don't like War of the Worlds as much as most people. I don't know, I just never really clicked with War of the Worlds.
No need to give me a hand or anything.
I'm holding a lighter.
And to be honest, I don't really know why either. Because like I really liked World of Worlds 2, but like World of Worlds 1 is a better format than World of Worlds 2. Where like the format of World of Worlds 2 is not good. But it's kind of booned by the fact that it was like an easily gamed format that allowed the game to be a lot more strategic. And then also you still have like these like this more like trashy storyline element of it. But yeah, like I really don't have much memory why I didn't love War of the Worlds 1. But I remember just when watching it, I was just kind of like very meh on it for the majority of it. And I feel like it's like obviously like one of the first seasons that like tries to take the show a lot more seriously, which I feel like they kind of undo a bit with War of the Worlds 2.
Okay.
It does very much feel like a transitional season there. They might cast Jed? Yeah, I think that's definitely a possibility. Though when you have like Kyland, who's again pretty much a lock, are they really going to cast Jed as well, who feels like in a very similar archetype? Especially when we already have Fessy there as well, who's again another person in a very similar archetype. Like, it just feels like so many of the same sort of like BB people going on the challenge. I wouldn't be opposed to it though, still. Yeah, I like the US versus Brit story. Like, I don't think it's the worst idea in the world to have, like, Team US versus Team Other. Like, I mean, I probably, I think if we were doing a modern season, like, they would definitely go beyond just UK. Like, I think they'll do US versus, like, the world or whatnot.
With the radio tower?
You mean the cell tower?
What? Whatever. Listen, that's the power room.
Yeah, you're right. Let's see how.
Yeah, I think it's a fun concept. I think we need to balance teams a bit better. Like, something about World of Worlds 2 is that, like, I think Team USA on World of Worlds 2 is, like, one of the best teams ever put together in history of the show. Like, possibly even better than just the champions teams that they put together in the past. Like, it's an insane group of competitors.
Just got out of the wine cellar, heading to the power room now. How's it looking? Sully? You there? Must be a bad spot for a signal. Hopefully he's doing okay.
Bingo.
Around
the kitchen.
Sam.
And like you go to Team UK, who has like a lot of like, especially up to that point, a lot of mediocre competitors. Like even like someone like a Rogan and a D who do end up winning the season. It's like up to that point, like they were really mediocre. Especially Rogan, whose only appearance was him being the first boot on Vendettas. Yeah, US versus the world would be a fun concept. I'm surprised that like World of the Worlds 1, that's the approach they took, is they went for essentially being like a fresh meat-esque season.
Buonasera.
Ma che sta facendo?
I do think it would have greatly benefited from it being more of a
See the civilians, Sam.
Team US, Team World format.
Right.
Oh, I got mine. You get yours.
World of Wars 2 got really lucky with Polly and Kara going on a power trip and turning Jordan and Tori against them. Yeah. I think I got really lucky early on. I think really it got lucky with Laurel and Bananas like kind of flipping the game on Wes early on. And then like Kara and Polly like countering that with them like going on their power trip. And then yeah, like the Tori Jordan stuff's really great. You have the Georgia and Theo like underdog runs that they have. That's fun as well. You have like the collapse of Team USA at the end there. And there's a lot of like really interesting storylines on World of Woods 2. You think it's Tori's strongest season? I think it's definitely up there. Like it's either that or Spies, Lies, and Allies. Those are for sure her best 2 seasons. Where am I going? I'm supposed to go up, right? Oh, is it here? Yeah, I think competitively it probably is. Because I do think Spies, Lies, and Allies is like adding in the political element of it, where she's like pretty perfectly positioned throughout the entirety of that game. Where like World War II, like she's not as well positioned politically, but does have to go to elimination more and wins those. Why is Ninja so bad on World War II?
I can't believe
I mean, like, she's always been like... I think she's just someone that has like very distinct flaws. And like I don't feel like those flaws were as exploited in World Wars 1 as they were in World Wars 2.
Recognize someone.
I forgot about that. Yeah, Tori did beat Jenny in Hall Brawl, right? Which is also pretty insane.
When am I finally going to meet that partner?
So, yeah, that's a really, really strong elimination win for Tori there.
Yeah, I've been flying solo for a while now. Drake's out.
Oh.
Polly trying to imitate Big Easy in the final. Yeah, that's a fun thing there.
Last I heard, he settled down, got married.
Yeah, because, what is it? Jenny eventually beats Dee in Hall Brawl, right? In Total Madness.
Where the hell are you?
Rafe?
How long has it been?
So it's like for Tori to beat
15.
Yeah, for Tori to beat Jenny, who ends up beating Dee in her strongest season in Hall Brawl. Like that's pretty insane.
You running your parents' business?
My business now. But yes, that is my day job.
Branched out? Which one is that? Is that the Ninja?
Probably afford to buy up everything on the block tonight.
Well, sure. What would be the point in that?
Like the Ninja Laurel one? Yes, it is. Yeah, that's one of the best eliminations ever, for sure. Yeah, it's such a train wreck. But again, insane to see Laurel go home that way.
But just between you and me, I did notice they changed the order. I think somebody might be trying to rig this auction.
I love this scene. Like, I do think it's a great scene for Rafe.
Well, remember where we are. This crowd didn't get rich by playing fair.
I do love Rafe as a villain.
You really need someone watching your back.
Like, he is pretty one note throughout the entire game, but I really just love his portrayal here.
Well, I do hate to...
Oh yeah, I did. Shredder got added to Nickelodeon All-Stars. Actually, that's one of the games I'm probably going to try to play in the next couple... So, obviously, I'm waiting... Essentially, right now, I'm in the spot where I'm waiting until Horizon comes out. Where we have, less than 2 weeks until Horizon comes out. So, I'm trying to, like... Probably... Like, I'm probably going to play House of Ashes in that time. There's also, like, a couple other games I'm... gonna play for like B-roll. So things like Rise Republic, I'm probably gonna play a little bit of.
Cut the bullshit, old man.
I feel like there was another game, but anyway, I already played a bit of Destruction All Stars, and I mentioned earlier It Takes Two. That's something I'm gonna do is like play like a bit of like these games I don't fully intend on playing, but want to at least get some footage for. And then House of Ashes is really short, so I'll plan on finishing that, and then
lovely seeing you both.
I might play Nickelodeon All Stars in that time period as well. We'll see.
God damn it, kid, where the hell are you?
Well, what else is there that I need to play? Like, there's a couple there's things like Little Nightmares 2 and Psychonauts 2 that I want to play, but like I want to play the first games for those first. Same with Oddworld Soulstorm. I need to play the Medium. I don't even know what I'm doing with Neo Worlds Ends of View at this point. Where like I did want to play it, but I'm kind of at the point now where like I don't know if I'm gonna get around to it. we'll see.
God,
Yeah, I think what I made my time limit now is that until the end of April. I was gonna try and do this before the end of March, but I kind of forgot about Horizon. Which that's probably gonna take up a few weeks. So at this point, it's like whatever. I'm gonna wait until I guess the end of April to make the video. And also, like, at the end of the day, it's like, who fucking cares? Like, no one's gonna watch it anyway. Like, I still would feel ridiculous if it's not out by, the end of the first half of the year or so. But, like, I might as well take my time with it. And really, I feel like that's the way I feel about video game videos in general at this point, where, like, I used to, like, especially when it comes to, like, spoiler reviews and that sort of thing, of, like, really trying to rush them out and get them out as quickly as possible, try to finish the game as quickly as possible so I can get the review out. Like, now, like, who fucking cares? No one's watching it. Like, I might as well just, like, get the most enjoyment I can out of it over trying to get a review out as quickly as possible. That was definitely an element of my, like, experience with, like, Cyberpunk, where, like, I really rushed through the end of Cyberpunk because I was like, I gotta make a review of it. But it's like, who fucking cares? And, like, dude, fair, the Cyberpunk review did better than most of the other ones, but still, it's like, no one fucking watched it in the grand scheme of things.
Ecco fatto. Oh, speriamo di non dover cambiare altri fusibili del cazzo stasera. Direi
So it really doesn't matter.
Ma che diavolo? Pronto?
The gap between 37 and 38 is going to be larger than the gap between 35 and 36. Yeah. Because what, 35 ended in what, like, mid 2020, right? And then,
Here we go. Now, where the hell are the
then Double Agent started in December. It's like, that was only, like, probably, like, what, like 6-month period or so? Yeah, when are we getting Challenge 38 premiering, though? I do wonder when that's going to start.
Had a few close calls, but...
Yeah, well, if you're gonna cut the power, now would be a good time.
Well, I'm gonna need a minute before I can reach...
Do I think Theo's going to return? Probably not. But it's not out of the realm of possibility.
Rafe is here?
Yes, Rafe is here.
Why are they delaying the filming of 38 so long? Again, like, I think part of it is them focusing on All-Stars and the CBS spinoff. But I also feel like part of it is them trying to get their, like, COVID acts sorted, considering they've had issues with COVID for pretty much all of the seasons they've filmed since COVID started. So I feel like they're probably trying to fix that a bit. But I don't know. We'll see.
We have 100,000.
Why does the challenge have 90-minute episodes? You tell me. And that's something I kind of forgot about. So, like, Dirty 30 is, like, a really bloated season. It's like a season with, like, 17 episodes or something.
Don't worry. We'll be out of there in no time.
I forgot that Vendetta is actually a normal season. Like, it's only 14 episodes, which, to be fair, is longer than, like, seasons were, like, back in, like, Rivals and that sort of thing. But, I kind of forgot it was, like, not that bloated. And, like, I'm about to get to Final Reckoning, which is where I feel like the seasons start to get really, really bloated.
Come on.
Hey man, starting to sweat bullets here.
And, like, I don't remember, like, when did the 90-minute episodes start? Because, like, that's obviously another element of it becoming even more bloated.
Yes.
These Vendettas is also, like, just hour-long episodes. World of Woods 2? Okay. Actually, so World of Woods 1 was only 60 minutes?
My boys, I'm at the switch. You ready?
As I'll ever be, Victor.
Final Reckoning's bloated because of the returning players. Like, these people are returning to the game constantly.
The show on the road here.
Thank you. We have 500,000 euros in the room.
And the same thing in Dirty 30, and that's why Dirty 30 feels bloated as well.
Had me worried there for a minute, Victor. Thought I might have to kill you.
Okay.
But yeah, I think the 90-minute episodes is really something that's harming the show.
We are going once.
Especially when they also keep, like, the extended episode length as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm.
I think they're going to stick with 90-minute episodes. I don't expect them to change that. They should, but they're not going to. It's so weird too because like the Challenge All-Stars is only like 44-minute episodes or whatever. It's like, why the fuck are we spending so little time on Challenge All-Stars, but like so much time on the main show? I'm gonna rank winning games on the challenge. Again, at some point, I would like to do like ranking the individual winners and like the maybe paired, like the duos, like sort of wins. But I feel like just doing a general winner ranking is kind of arbitrary. Just because there's so many like varying types of wins.
Follow the spotlights. I'll bring the car around.
Yeah, I don't feel like that's something they look at as an issue. And that's why I mentioned earlier when we were talking about that production has seen like or is like trying to fix what they've done wrong. Like I don't know if they get what they've done wrong. Like I don't think they at least from like my perspective, like I don't know if they are going to change the things that I have issues with the challenge. With the mono challenge at least. I mean, I am going to be pretty low on Ashley and Hunter, I would guess. I mean, you have one that they came in late. Two, they pretty much win because Paulie and Natalie, Grenade, Joss, and Sylvia. And even beyond that, you also have like the rumors that they supposedly didn't even win, and that production gave Ashley to win because they wanted someone to steal the money. So like I feel like there's like a lot of negatives to point out for their games. I mean, like the spy theme is like the least of their issues to me.
Climb and get a good vantage.
Merda, d'accordo, c'è qualcosa laggiù. Sì, penso tu abbia ragione.
Like I don't care about the spy. Like it's not something I like, but it's also not like a major issue. Like it doesn't matter. Like it's such an inoffensive thing. Yeah, just in general with themes, like I don't really care. Like it's the same thing like BB Can with I'm an idiot, I don't know why I just did that. But like with the themes of BB Can, it's like they're cool, but like I also don't really care. Like that like BB Can 5 has like this space time travel like theme, or that you have like obviously like the casino theme, the like steampunk, the heaven and hell, and like all this stuff. It's like,
okay,
man, cool. It doesn't really matter. Like, it doesn't really affect how I look at a season. It's not like I'm saying, oh, BB Camp 5 is my favorite season because it has fucking a space theme. It's like I really don't fucking care.
Neither are you. But I'll tell you what, I won't tell you.
I mean, yeah, like I like how the houses are
and you're going to give it to me.
designed. Like I think they obviously put more work into it than BBUS, but it's also like doesn't actually matter on my overall opinion on the season. Like it's not like I'm gonna say like, oh, I hate BB10 because the house looks the same as BB9. Like it really doesn't matter to me.
You're lucky I'm a gentleman. As if I were.
Yeah, the Vet Alliance definitely harmed Spice Lice and Allies. To be honest, it's probably the biggest issue of Spice Lice and Allies. Is just how friendly the vets were on that season. With how no one was, like, they all obviously had this alliance, but even beyond that, it was like just, no one, like, was really having much conflict within that Vet Alliance outside of Amanda. And, like, I guess Corey, but, like, that was more so stemmed from, like, gameplay things than, his actual, like, him actually causing drama. Fuck.
Come here.
Yeah, I do wish that they would have forced, like, newbie returning pairs.
I have this nice astrolabe back home.
Like, kind of like what they did with World of Wolves 1. I do think that would have been the approach to take there. The Spice Lice and Allies. Then again, they had more rookies than they had newbies. Than they had returnees, right? Which is fucking weird for a challenge season. But for sure they should have paired the vets rookies up. Oh, this is going well.
Have you had enough? Or do you want to keep
He's
being a
not coming back?
smartass?
Yeah, I would assume not.
Well, you
For
know,
this season, at least.
being a smartass has gotten me this far in life. Why quit now?
Yeah, I wonder what would have happened if they did do
Alright, wait!
vet rookie pairs.
It's in my back pocket.
Where is
Like
it?
probably Corey and Bettina are targeted right away. You would think, right? So Corey seemed to be on the bottom of the vet alliance.
Alright, I'm at the car. Where the hell are you guys?
Just met your friend Nadine Ross. She's lovely.
Yeah, well, it's total chaos out here.
2.5 hours in. Oh, okay. I'm just a fucking idiot. I jumped way too early.
Alright, I'm at the car. Where the hell are you guys?
Just met your friend Nadine Ross.
But yeah, again, so I think what we're gonna do is we're probably gonna try to finish Scotland. Anyway, by the end of the stream.
Nathan, where you at?
Good question. You?
We'll see. I don't remember how long that section takes.
Sign thing, it's on the way.
Round sign thing. Check.
Good news is I gotta
But
go.
yeah, we'll probably end up going for another like hour and a half. Where that Kara and Kyle dated. I mean, like, I think it seems like a natural couple. Especially Kyle, like, because they dated in Vendettas, and like Kyle from Vendettas, I think seems pretty apt with who you expect Kara to date. I think if you were looking at Kyle from Spies, Lies, and Allies, then yeah, I think that combination is kind of weird. But like back in Vendettas, when he has this like more pirate-looking like look to him,
I can't get to you from here.
I don't think it's as big of a
Yeah, I think so.
surprise there.
I'll meet you at the driveway. Just head towards the ballroom.
Alright, see you there.
Victor, I'm kind of stuck here. Any ideas?
What's stealth mode? Wait, what button do you push? Not what I meant to do. Whatever, fine. I didn't mean squeeze.
Yeah, got it.
I don't know why I just did that. Whatever. Saw on Reddit that Turbo got the call for 38. Again, like, from what I understand, like, pretty much everyone got at least the availability call for 38. Like, everyone that's, like, within reason. So it would not be surprising. I don't expect to see Turbo back, though. I don't think Turbo is... like, it doesn't seem like he's that apt to play again. And also, like, I don't know if production wants to just, like, even bother with it. Okay, well, this is... I might as well just kill myself at this point. Yeah, that was just dumb. But yeah, it'll be interesting though to see a new group of vets here. I mean, like, obviously we're still gonna get like the Devons, the Fessies, the Josh, Tori. Like, I'm sure they're gonna be back, but they're gonna essentially be forced to have some new, or some vets from, like, different vets from the last couple seasons at least. And I think that alone is gonna make this a bit more interesting here. Or again, like, if Bananas is back and we do see like Paulie and Kara back, like, I feel like that does lead to a bit more intrigue there. What we've been having with this pretty kumbaya group of vets. Like, from what I've heard, Rogan is on a minivan, but like, I mean, that's pretty much what they say about everyone. Like, I suspect with Rogan, it's more so like they just don't know what to do with him. Now that his like main storyline is gone, like pretty much most of his content revolved around D, and now that D is gone, it's like, what are they really gonna do for Rogan? Someone I would like to see back though, I would like to see Joss back actually. Like, I kind of forgot how fun Joss was on Vendettas. Where am I supposed to go? But, like, he's actually a pretty fun character there. And, like, he's obviously, like, a really good competitor as well. Oh, I think it's here. There we go. I feel like I would like to see Joss back. Probably more so than Rogan. Like, Joss is kind of what, like, he's really good competitively, or he's good enough competitively on Ball Reckoning to where, like, and, like, for all intents and purposes, he should have won the season. Character-wise, it's not as interesting. I feel like there's a lot more interesting, like, things going on outside of him, where, like, him and Sylvia are kind of, like, the boring duo, on that season, but...
Got it. Let's go.
Okay. Oh, that's lovely. Well, like, he's really good competitively there, and then World Wars 2, he's, interesting at least, like, where he's, like, kind of, like, kind of a swing vote, some pretty integral points. And he also gets purged out there, despite, like, being in a position where he's probably gonna win if he didn't get purged out there. I feel like he's someone that would have a lot of potential in a return. Fuck. Yeah, he has a great elimination of Derek. I mean, like, again, like, I think he's legitimately a good character, though, on Vendetta. And also, that's something else I forgot to mention, too. I forgot, like, Victor is actually good TV on Vendetta. Like, I always remembered Victor as being, like, a pretty big dud on Vendetta. To be honest, like, I think I mostly forget Victor's on Vendettas. Victor from BvW. But, like, he's actually good TV. Like, I kind of remembered him being a dud, but it's like, he is, like, not the greatest in competitions on that season. But, like, he's actually, like, fun in the confessional. He's, like, targeting bananas. He's, like trying to put together this, like, counter-alliance. Like, I thought he was actually pretty solid on the season. Which, yeah, I kind of forgot about. Yeah, if it wasn't for, like, all the, issues nowadays, Bear would for sure be, a mainstay on the show. You can definitely tell they intended to make him like a star of the show. Yeah, I mean, it's hilarious, the Joss boots on World Worlds 2. Especially like he's so conflicted on that boat too of when he's on whether or not to throw Georgia in. And he does so, which keeps Kaylee around, which ends up being the reason why he gets purged out of the game. Actually, I just realized, do I even need to fight them? I don't think I even need to fight them, do I? Oh shit, I'm gonna die though. Yep, cool. But I don't think I actually need to fight them, do I? I think I just need to get through. Yeah, that's the checkpoint. Hey, I think all we need to do is go over here, right? Yeah, and the car shows up. That's what I thought. And, excuse me? Hold on, right? I'm really excited to rewatch World Wars 2. Basically, it was my number 2 season before the rewatch, so I'm hoping it holds up. I do hope it. Hope it's not like Dirty 30, where like my opinion goes like really downhill on it.
I hope I don't go to hell for this. Shit. What?
I see my
What?
My
you're such an
Edge of Extinction video seems to have picked up views in the last few hours.
Skull and Crossbones.
So that's something. I find it funny. My number 3 most viewed video of the last 2 days is my Yu-Gi-Oh! Series ranking. Which, again, it's just funny that that's still one of my most viewed videos.
It's when Jesus said to St. Dismas on the cross. But what about these numbers here? What do you make of this?
Some kind of code. Or a phone number.
It'd be funny if it gets to the point where, like, that's, like,
the dates.
My most viewed video.
1659.
It's not anywhere close right now, but it'd be funny if it gets to that point.
Let me guess. The year he
Like,
died.
where is it right now? It's like,
by
what,
most
9th?
accounts, yeah, but it means we have.
It's still 20, or 20. It's still 2,000 views away from my top 10 player video. But yeah, it's my most viewed non-Survivor US video.
Wait a second. Hasn't Rafe been scouring that site for ages already?
Yeah, the cathedral.
Which also, by the way, my Assassin's Creed DLC ranking is another one that for some reason is continuing to get views. And I really don't know why. And it's like a video that I don't even agree with my ranking for a lot of it anymore.
Here's the cathedral.
So I just find that funny too. Oh yeah, is it Master Duel maybe? Maybe that is part of it. But also, like, it's such an old video. Like, it's a video that, again, it only includes the first 5 series.
Wait up. You do realize that Rafe knows.
So it's like, it's kind of weird that that video is just getting
That
views.
psycho would like nothing better than for you to show up. Plus, he's got Nadine and a whole army to back him up.
Yeah, but he doesn't have this.
Kelly Goldsmith beat Lex in Edge of Extinction Challenge. I think Lex would pout or throw a fit. Probably, but also Lex wouldn't be in the Edge of Extinction Challenge.
Both, right?
Because he wasn't
We need the treasure so we can save
voted out yet.
How is Elena cool with all this?
Yeah, I did see something on the Reddit of Lolo talking
With all that you two have
about
been through,
her.
She wouldn't understand this.
You are not
Like,
giving her enough
DQ,
credit.
I guess you'll call it.
That chance.
Or again, like, it's pretty well known that Lolo supposedly was kicked off, and they try to make it seem like she quit.
Things
But
have changed. Rafe's
it was
involved
supposedly
now.
that
I can take this on my own, really.
Great. Well, thank
yeah,
you.
like they
for
supposedly
your
told her
over.
that she wasn't mentally fit to stay in the game.
Hey, it's me. Yeah. Now the reception's lousy.
Yeah, it's like for Edge of Extinction, you need to be at what, Final 5? Be voted out before the Final 5.
Look, I realize it.
Actually, who did I even put as the winner of it?
All those years away.
That was one of the ones that I didn't know what to do with, right?
I'm sorry for what happened to you.
I think I put. Did I put Silas?
I never said that it was.
I think I did, didn't I? It's like Silas or Clarence. But yeah, that was just a weird one because I don't think there's like a solid one for.
You really believe that?
Why are you
for
here,
Africa? But yeah, Lex for All Stars. I think that's more like.
Somebody's got to keep an eye out for him.
Will they bring back Hunter? I think they could.
A few more weeks.
Like, I would not be surprised.
Yeah. I will.
Really, I think any of the vets that we haven't seen, that have like competed within, like since War of the Worlds, that we haven't seen since War of the Worlds,
Which is the truth. Right?
like I think there's a chance of them being back. So someone like a Hunter, like a Theo, possibly a Georgia, but probably not. Just due to all the other circumstances around her right now.
Scotland this time.
Again, Rogan maybe. Probably a bit less likely there.
Well, Rafe's really going all in, isn't he? Well, they're all
Yes, I don't think it's a non-zero chance that we see Davon.
Because we are going to have that graveyard all to ourselves.
Again, Cam's pregnant, right?
Sully.
Yeah.
Jenna just had a kid,
here.
right?
Okay, kids.
So probably no Jenna and Zach, but who knows?
Yeah, well, unless you can find me an escalator, I think
I forgot Natalie Negrati was a 3-time challenge competitor. I think that's funny.
Yeah.
Just,
but yeah, I think there's a non-zero chance of that. Those, I think she supposedly is not in the best standing of production, right?
Well, let's go pay our respects to Captain Avery, huh?
I forgot Zahida. Or Zahia. Yeah, Zahida. That's how you pronounce her name, right? But I forgot she was even on the challenge.
Strange place to bury your treasure, though.
She's only 27.
I mean, by the time Avery would have sailed,
Like, it's so weird, like seeing like some challenge competitors that aren't that old.
plus with the massive bounty on his head.
I also think part of it is that World of Worlds was actually not that long ago. Yeah, it feels like... Yeah, that was only like, what, not even around 3 years ago? It feels like it was so long ago. And I forgot the Nolan twins were on the challenge.
So, what happened between you and Rafe?
I couldn't deal with him. I'm pretty sure he'd had enough of me. I was still coming to grips with you.
Could Jenna and Zach both do it? I would, like, I think from a technical standpoint, they could both do it. It's just a matter of, like, would they both want to leave their kid? Like, it's where neither of them are at home. I think that's more of a question mark.
Sam, listen.
But, like, I think production would allow both of them to be on. It's just a matter of, do they have someone to watch over their kid? Which I'm sure they could find someone. But again, like, I don't know if they would want to.
So is it just like you remember it?
The cathedral grounds?
Yeah.
Pretty much. Although it's been so
But yeah,
long.
by the way, rewatching Vendettas now, like, Vendettas is, like, probably Zach's best season. Like, that's something I kind of forgot about. Is that he's, like, very clearly, like, the most consistent competitor across that season. Do I think Wes will be on 38? I don't think it's out of the realm possibility, but I also feel like, I don't know. I mean, he did not seem too happy with how Double Agents went, though maybe like All Stars 3 could change things. I didn't finish Ozark, but I did watch another episode in the last few days. Actually, I think I'm up to the final episode of the newest batch. So I've watched, I think it's episode 6 I just watched. So yeah, I'm still enjoying it. It's just that I'm watching it like very spread out, and like that's obviously not ideal.
Look, I thought they were just by the cathedral.
Yeah, I've enjoyed what I've watched. Brianna could take care of the kid. That would be something. By the way, that's still one of my favorite fights in the history of the show. Is the Jenna Brianna fight. Is Leroy the only person who's openly said throughout his final season that this last? Probably? I don't know, is there another one? Like, I know, like, obviously, like, Timmy in Inferno 3, like, says it after he gets eliminated. But, like, I don't know if there's another person that, like, openly says it throughout their season. That it's going to be their last.
Seems like they were expecting us.
And like they're searching away from the cathedral.
Which means we should get to that graveyard pronto.
Exactly.
Yeah, like, I don't think they're... I mean, I think there's, like, people that mention that they're probably...
This place?
That's, like, nearing the end of their career, but I don't think there's ever... Like, I don't think there's ever another one that, like, explicitly says that, yeah, this is the last one.
More shoreline equipment.
At least no
I don't think Leroy retired because of the Camilla stuff. If he did, then he would have retired at the time of 30-30 or Vendettas, which he didn't. I think he just retires because he's been doing it for a long time and it never won. I need explosives, right?
Now what do you bet? Yep. Dynamite.
Do I count All-Star wins as wins? Not really. I mean, like, again, like, it's weird because, like, I think when assessing, like, someone's overall game ability or like, competitive ability, then I think you would, but, like, in terms of just strict stats, then not really. Like, I think you do have to separate, like, the main series from everything else. Now, it does kind of annoy me what they consider the main series. Because, you know, like, if it was my choice, I wouldn't include, like, Road Rules All-Stars and, like, probably not even really include any of the wins until Battle of the Seasons, but, okay, why is this controlling like shit?
what's the plan with the crate?
I'm not sure yet.
Oh, I still need to explode or blow up the thing over there, don't I? What I think looked like the toughest final? Probably War of the Worlds.
No way, I imagined that.
God damn it. Alright, let's just throw that. Wow, that was terrible aim. Yeah, I feel like a lot of those are like seasons 2 through 4 are all just like really dumb wins that count. And like obviously season 1 is like the dumbest of them all. But like, even seasons 2 through 4 where it's like there's no eliminations along the way. So it's like essentially from just like being on a team that was like slightly better on the final challenge that would consider you enough to be a winner. Like I just feel like it's kind of dumb. What? They actually killed me? Whatever. Yeah, Toll Mass is pretty tough as well. Wow, that was actually a headshot. Wait, that was something that kind of annoyed me that when I did my Uncharted 4 retrospective is I didn't realize that all the footage I had of Uncharted 4 was me playing on Explorer mode with like auto aim on and everything. So, like all the combat footage I had was like with auto aim on, and same thing happened with Last of Us Part 2, where like all the footage I had downloaded from my Last of Us Part 2 footage or Let's Play, or at least most of it was like me playing on a very light or whatever. It like was a playthrough that I was just like running through the game. Is the challenge worse than Big Brother with blatant production rigging? I mean, like, I feel like it's definitely a lot more, like, I don't know, notable is the right term? I feel like there's a lot more instances that production's been called out for with the challenge, or at least that feels more like. I feel like we know a lot more from behind the scenes of the challenge than we do with Big Brother. I think that's probably where I'm more so going with it. Where like with the challenge is like we hear a lot more about like like Total Madness was only gonna have one winner until the last second, where they wanted to like make it more likely that Bananas was gonna have a win and like that sort of stuff. It's like I feel like we get a lot more of like that sort of like those sort of rumors for the challenge than we do with Big Brother.
There, come on, let's go.
And I think part of it's that like I don't know if Big Brother production really cares that much who wins. I think it's more so they want an entertaining ride, but don't really care how like the overall like end like outcome actually turns out.
Now what?
Got it.
Oh, careful.
Where like I feel like okay, well that's something. Where I feel like MTV cares more about like the end results. It seems like.
Got it.
Oh, careful.
I see Kyle felt like production rigging. In what way? I don't remember. Yeah, I think with the latest season, with Spice Lies and Allies, like getting the Tori and Devin eliminations felt very.
Alright, let's see it then.
And those were very sketchy to me.
There. You see? That was clumsy.
I don't know why I just did that. I mean, All-Stars 2 final was very wonky, but I think that's more so due to production incompetence, more so, okay, than production rigging things. Fessy was the house foe, and they knew Kyle was going to be double agents. I mean, like, potentially, but like, didn't they already make Hall Brawl? I don't remember how the eliminations work on double agents anymore. But like, didn't they just do Hall Brawl for the women right beforehand? Which like is a similar format to what they did for those eliminations. I guess not. I guess they didn't do 2 in a row. Yeah, so I guess it is kind of weird they did like Hall Brawl 2 episodes in a row. Or like they did reuse eliminations, but yeah, they didn't do it 2 times in a row. Also, another weird one was Snapping Point, right? Where like they originally did it with Devin and Wes, and then they did it with Casey and Teresa, where it was like more of a tug of war sort of thing. And then like all of a sudden when like it's Corey versus Darrell, they like completely change it into being like a speed based thing. Which like gave Corey a massive advantage there. So like that was a weird thing too.
Sam, there's a ladder just out of reach.
Hey, hold up. I'll come over.
Yeah, I still can't believe that too, that what's it, Nani ends up picking Fessy, right?
Give me a boost.
I think it was that like essentially gives like CT a free ride to the final there. That was kind of insane. Which, to be fair, for Nani, like it doesn't matter that much. But,
come here. I'll pull you up.
Still, like I really just don't get why they're so scared to go against CT. Who, like, I mean, like, obviously, like, in a Hall Brawl, like, yeah, there's reason to be scared of CT. But, like, in most eliminations, like, CT has never, like, proven to be that good at eliminations. Oh, she picked Kyle? Is that what it was? Okay. Oh, yeah, that is. Okay. Yeah, now I remember.
Alright, there it is.
But, yeah, like, CT's never been that good at eliminations.
Jump away.
To where, like, he should be that, like, big of a threat. Like, someone that you're that worried about. To, like, never go after him across the entire season.
Burns a little.
Those are fun.
Yeah, like, what is CT's elimination record recently? Because, like, he didn't go in, right? In Spies, Lies, and Allies. And then he won against Josh in Double Agents, which is, like, whatever. Lost against Jay in Total Madness, which that was a fluky loss, but still. Loses against Kyle in essentially pole wrestle, right? In World of Worlds. And to be fair, like, he's just almost never in elimination. Like, he wins against Darrell in Not So Fast. That's a good elimination win. Wins against Leroy in Free Agents. That's a good elimination win. But then loses against Bananas in a Puzzle, which is, like, that's a pretty, like, bad loss there. Yeah, I mean, really, he's barely in elimination. Like, there's not really much to go off of. Because, like, I mean, the Adam ones, like, those are kind of wonky, where, like, Evan, I like the ones where he's paired with Adam. Because it's, like, you have, obviously, like, the rumors that Adam was throwing. Okay, cool. But you have the rumors that Adam was throwing that final elimination, but you also have, like, Evan, who supposedly threw his elimination. So those are kind of just wonky to even consider.
So what happened next? Did he put down the revolt?
I helped. He kept it at bay. Once money ran out...
Fessy would beat CT in 80% of the eliminations and would have had a much easier final if he went in. Yeah.
God bastards.
As Nadine says,
get the left one.
I think Hall Brawl would have been interesting, though. I think Hall Brawl is probably one where, I mean, we've never seen CT in Hall Brawl. It's just like the fascinating thing because like we always hear about like how CT would like dominate in Hall Brawl, but we've never actually seen him in Hall Brawl.
You two done prepping the site?
By the way, I also forgot until like this latest rewatch that Hall Brawl is actually not that. Like obviously it's like talked about as like iconic challenge competition, but it's like it hasn't been around for that long. Oh my god, what the fuck? Wow. Excuse me? Whatever. But yeah, like I feel like he's not that fast, but he's obviously like just a massive guy that I think it would be hard to get past him. But yeah, I do feel like Fessy would probably be CT in Hall Brawl.
You two done prepping the site?
Cemetery's ready for rich.
Fessy should have been DQ'd. I mean, I guess. Like, I've never been a big, like, person that, like, that thinks, like, people should be DQ'd for, like, foul play and that sort of thing in the challenge. Like, I just watched, like, Vendettas, in the, Sylvia Melissa elimination, where, like, Melissa, like, bit Sylvia and, like, pulled on her hair and, like, kneed her and, like, all this stuff. It's like, there were the challenge competitors on the sideline were, like, talking about how they should DQ her. It's like, I really don't care. Like, it doesn't matter to me. Like, to me, it should be fair game. Like, obviously, it's, like, a dirty thing to do, but, like, I also feel like it's still, like, should be allowed to me. Ah, fuck off. That was bad. It's hilarious how Anissa beat Tori in Double Agents on a comp that Tori should have easily won. Yeah. I mean, the entire Tori-Anissa relationship is very weird to me. Because, like, it starts off in in Dirty 30, where, like, Anissa and Tori hate each other. And, like, it's this, like, massive storyline of, like, Tori wanting revenge on Anissa for Anissa throwing Tori into elimination. That carries over into Champs vs. Stars. Where, like, that's one of the first things we see, too, and, like, Tori comes in, is how she still wants revenge over Anissa. And to be honest, I think a lot of that is Tori playing it up for camera, because I think Tori's a massive ham, but, still, I do think it is, it's funny that, like, now they're, like, known as, like, these best friends when, like, they at least seem to hate each other, for their first few seasons together. And actually, even beyond that, like, they're not on a season together again until Total Madness, right? I actually never thought... Actually, that's something I kind of forgot about, because, like, I feel like Anissa is, like, so overexposed right now from her being on the last 3 seasons in a row and also on All-Stars, but, like, I kind of forgot that, like, Anissa actually hadn't been on before that since Dirty 30, technically. Like, she was a mercenary on Vendettas, but, like, I kind of forgot that she actually hadn't been on for a while. Up until Total Madness. So that's kind of fun.
Right beyond those walls.
I disagree. I think Tori was a bigger ham on earlier season. That's part of why I don't like Tori on Dirty 30s, because how much of a fucking ham she clearly is. Like, I hate how much she's playing up to the camera in Dirty 30. Like, it just really fucking annoys me. Oh, fuck off. Wow, that was...
Alright, let's keep going.
I think she's less of a ham now. It's just that I just don't like her like, as just a natural personality. It's like I don't like her either way, but I feel like she was more of a ham in her earlier seasons than she is now. Is it this way?
Sam, this way.
Nice.
Who I like the most of the big group that's running things now? I mean, probably Devin, I guess. I don't know. Like, we're talking about, like, the core of the Vet Alliance, so, like, I mean, I guess you got, what, like, Devin, Tori, like, Josh, Fessy. Who else is there? Casey. Like, Devin's, like, I'm kind of on-off with Devin, but, it probably is still Devin. Is this the wrong way? Yeah, I'm a fucking idiot. That's what I thought. Whatever. Do I think Jordan will return to the main show? Probably not, if I'm being realistic. At least I don't expect to see him for 38, but because I just feel like in general, like, it does feel weird for me for people to transition from All-Stars back to the main show. And, like, well, I don't think it's impossible. Like, obviously we saw Anissa
Sam, this way. Nice.
Do it just now, and, like, I wouldn't be that surprised if Wes were to come back to the main show, but, like, I don't know, like, I feel like especially for these people who haven't been on the main show for a bit, and too for Jordan, I guess, was just on Total Madness, which wasn't that long ago. But it does feel pretty weird. Like, that's like with people that, like, saying that, like, Nehemiah and Derek K should be back on the main show. It's like they probably should, but, like, I don't know. It just feels weird to me for them to come back.
Get your breath. Or sliding up ahead. Whoa.
Shit. Is this the right way? I guess it is. I always found this section kind of confusing, where, like, I always get, like, kind of lost at where I'm supposed to go. At least for all I know,
This is what you've been up to all these years?
this feels like we're just going to the same spots again.
Yeah, that and getting shot at. Blown up.
I guess we're going the right way.
Kicked. All right, I get it. Knife. Drugged.
Shit. Do I think they're done doing purges since they haven't done it? Has it really been that long? I actually never thought about it. Yeah, I guess it has, right? And to be fair, I think part of that is because they're trying to, like, bloat the season out, right? So, like, why are they going to purge people when they want to have, like, 19 episodes a season? I think that's probably a major reason why we're not getting purges. It's not because they're, like, actually anti-purges, but more so because they're trying to blow out the seasons more.
There's a dormitory gate.
Yeah, I don't know why I just did that. But yeah, we're probably not going to see purges, unless they decide to, like, expand the cast a bit more. Then how many people, let's look this up. How many people were in Spies, Lies, and Allies? There were really, like, a decent amount of people there, right? Then we had double eliminations for a good chunk of it, so. How many people is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 18, so 36 people? Yeah. That's quite a bit, right? Like, is that the most ever? Yeah, because Double Agents only had 30. Total Madness had 28. World Worlds 2 had 32. 34 for World Worlds 1. 34 for Final Reckoning. So yeah, I mean, that's got to be the most, like, out of any recent season for sure. So, yeah, I mean, and also, to be fair, like, people were brought in from COVID, right? Battle Texas 2 at 38. Shit, where am I going? But still, I mean, like, and too, for with those seasons, it's also weird because they didn't give a shit about how they portrayed the show, and like most of the people didn't even get any screen time. But like, I would not be surprised if they continue on with these like really massive casts.
Stuck the landing. Come on.
They also got lucky on Double H's Specialized Allies. A lot of people leaving without going into elimination. Yeah. But to be fair, like I feel like if that didn't happen, they probably would have just done more double eliminations along the way, probably.
Yes, we are.
Actually, I forgot. Like, didn't they? Because what they like changed the format halfway through Spies, Lies, and Allies, right? Because it was double eliminations, like people being eliminated in pairs, and then once the cells started, it started to be singular, right?
Nathan, check it out. He's got a pair of cutlasses. It's like the scroll from the cross.
I'll be honest, I'm starting to get a bit tired already. So don't know how. Like, I doubt we're gonna finish Scotland. The more I'm thinking about it, and we're already 3 hours 15 minutes into this. I doubt we're gonna finish all of Scotland in
Looks like Rafe's been digging around already.
Oh, great.
He has no idea
45 minutes.
No, but he could get lucky.
It's up here, isn't it?
Let's hope not.
Where are free agents ranked? As of right now, it's at number 3. But to be fair, also, like, I haven't properly really ranked the top seasons. Like, essentially, it's part of my top 3. Where, like, I haven't really decided exactly where the dual rivals and free agents are going to end up landing.
Like it doesn't belong to the stone.
What's odd about it is,
but they are my top 3 for sure. Like I've been thinking about, like, free agents might end up being my number 1. The issue I have with free agents is like how like inconsistent the casting is on it.
You ready for this?
Where like there definitely feels like a lot of the season feels like kind of just layups, and like it just feels like a season that was like built for like Laurel in particular to win it. Well, like I feel like on the men's side, and like too, for even Laurel has like Teresa and Cara to face off against, and then on the men's side of things, you do have like a lot of like really strong, and really just in general, you have a lot of strong eliminations.
Fingers crossed.
But you have like Bananas going to 4 eliminations. You have Laurel going to a lot. And again, a lot of that's due to a kill card, and that's interesting. So
Gang's all here.
I love how that just like completely like turned. I started talking about the negatives and just shifted to the positives. But either way, like I was I did go up quite a bit on game. There we go. I did go up quite a bit on free agents on the rewatch.
Well, Avery fancied himself a good thief, right? Only plundered and murdered
like
the
where I think it was at like number 10 before the rewatch.
Good back then.
And I think Rivals was at like number 8 or something. Yeah, they both went up.
Some kind of lamp.
Which recent season do I think had the best rookies? Probably War of the Worlds.
That hurts my feelings. Not as much as it hurts your lungs.
Thank you, Father Duffy.
Especially out of like the really recent ones. Like, two of Spies and Allies doesn't have the worst rookies in the world. Like, I think Double Agents is for sure the worst. Like, Double Agents has like some really fucking bizarre rookies there.
Let's see here. I can aim the lights.
Loving this.
It's not that one.
Here we go.
There we go.
I think you got that one.
Well, Laurel will be back. Probably not, I don't think, for this season at least. I don't expect it, at least. Again, like, when she's not even coming back for All Stars, I doubt she's gonna come back for the main show. Yeah, I do expect Emmanuel for sure. And then Emmy, depending on like how the X Factor thing affected things. But I expect to see Emmy back. Yeah, Gabby would have been interesting, but I talked about this I think last stream that, like, to me she fits into like same sort of archetype as Melissa and as Georgia, and to me those two are both more like way more interesting casting choices than Gabby. So like I think Melissa's the most likely of the three to come back, and then probably Georgia after that, and then Gabby after that. But like supposedly she doesn't even want to come back. I don't think so. It's like,
no treasure though.
Why are they bringing her back?
No, but look, you see those crosses?
Oh yeah. Hey, is that a cave?
I mean, yeah, but I feel like MTV's kind of in a different spot to where they were when Dirty 30 aired. Where I think it's especially like the George Floyd stuff and the like rise of the BLM movement and everything. Like, I feel like they're definitely a lot more sensitive to those sort of topics now than what they were in 2017. But yeah, I still do expect them to bring back Emmy. Yeah, if they're bringing back Jordan for All Stars 3, I think they'll bring back Emmy for whatever. For 38.
They opened the gate up there. Good, because that's the way we gotta go.
Yeah, like I think that for me the main reason why I have like no faith in Georgia coming back is because of the bear stuff, and because like that stuff's not resolved yet.
Wait.
Like watching like has the blackface controversy, like I think MTV would be like okay with letting it go, because like again, like it's like I feel like there are explanations for it, but I feel like the bear stuff is more indicative. Like I don't think she's coming back because of that. Razzie noms came out. I'm sure I haven't heard of the majority of the things that got nominated. I believe Jordan got in trouble for like some racist comments, right? Back on The Real World, and then he also has the Down syndrome joke on 3030. Fuck! I didn't think I was gonna die there. Alright, well, let's look up the Razzie noms. Let's see. Hey, I'm just gonna let myself die here. Did the Oscar noms come out? I didn't even pay attention to that. Let's see, worst picture. I've literally only heard of one of these, and that's Space Jam. There was a Karen horror movie based on Karens. I didn't even know that was a thing. I just imagine starring in that. Like, what a weird thing. Alright, let's just actually just pause, I guess. LeBron James got nominated for Worst Actor. That's something. Dear Evan Hansen got nominated for Worst Director. Amy Adams got nominated for Worst Supporting Actress for Dear Evan Hansen. And what a weird... it's so weird they still do the Razzies just in general. Especially like during COVID where there's like less movies coming out. Yeah, did the Oscar noms come out yet though? Yeah, I really have not been paying attention. Let's see. It does not look like it. Oh, they come out tomorrow. Okay. Well, that'll be something. I True It. Yeah, I did see. Well, I saw. Yeah. The other episode's not out yet, right? See, I did watch episode 4 of Australian Survivor, which again I thought was a really good episode up until the non-elimination elements of it. But even then, not surprised that was happening by the time we got to it. Though I think at this point I feel very confident saying I think Mark's going to lose. Where I don't even think the next contender is really that close to me. Well, I'm at the point where I feel very confident it's either Sam or Mark, with Mark having most of the equity. I think Mark will be voted out because of Sophie. That's not the vibe I get at all. I think if anything, I think Mark might lead the charge in getting Sophie voted out again. Yeah, I do feel like the edit has really turned on Sophie in this last episode. Where, even when the preview is really setting it up as, Sophie is harming KJ's game and all this stuff. It's I don't think they're trying to make you think that, Sophie is, fuck this. Is playing that well there. Oh yeah, I did hear about that. That Sam and Sophie have some beef post show. But yeah, I don't suspect that Mark is getting voted out anytime soon. Even if he doesn't win, I would be very, very surprised if he doesn't at least make the merge. Fuck, I really died there? Whatever. All-Star episodes are essentially the length of an hour on television, but you take out the commercials. So I think it's 44 minutes or something, right? Which I really don't get why. I don't get why the All-Star... why not just make it, hour-long episodes or whatnot? It feels really weird because, it feels very rushed. When it feels like they're keeping it to around that time because that's how long they'd be if they were televised, so they're never going to be televised. So, I don't get why they're bothering with keeping to that. What the fuck? How many enemies are there? It's been so long since I played this game not on Explorer mode. It's probably literally been 3 or 4 years. Yeah, I've seen who's been nominated for Celebrity Big Brother. Which, again, this round seems to be pretty boring so far. We're not gonna really see the veto isn't happening until the actual episode tomorrow, so fuck me, I really died there. So we're not really gonna see the ramifications of the veto win and everything until after the fact. So, realistically, obviously, Mariah's probably gonna keep through. The only way she stays is if she wins veto. And, even if she does, it's probably just gonna lead to, a Chris Kattan, boot at that point, which also, who really cares? Oh shit, that's a fucking statue. Who I think is going home tonight? We talked about this earlier. Like, I think Khan has a lot of potential. And I think Sandra and Nina, again, like, supposedly they're propping it up as this big blind side. Which, if that is the case, then I think Sandra, Nina, or Khan are the most likely people. Specifically, I think Khan is the most likely from an Edric standpoint, considering I feel like they've been setting up his downfall for the last few rounds. I think if I were to like fully guess, I would say probably Khan. Yeah, I really like Amy in this episode. It's just a shame that we didn't see anything from her until this episode. And even in her content this episode, it was even portrayed as like, oh, she's being convinced by Sandra to do all like Sandra's dirty work. And I think at the end of the day, it's not the greatest sign for Amy. Which is fair. I mean, edit-wise, she was pretty much drawing dead anyway, but yeah, not great that they're trying to pass off her gameplay over to Sandra. Which also, I did find it humorous how like we get so much content, we get like a decent amount of screen time there between Amy and Jay with them discussing the move, but then Jay gets no confessionals across that period of time, which is just funny. He still has 0 confessionals, despite that being a clear point where they could have given him screen time.
That could have gone better.
We're still breathing. That's good enough.
Just get that gate open.
Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
Chris Kattan is mostly interesting content. I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to losing Chris Kattan. And to me, Chris Kattan, like, while there's humor from Chris Kattan, like how how little he knows about Big Brother and like how out of the loop he is, like, I'll be fine losing him. I feel like we get enough from like Lamar, we get enough from Todd Bridges, of that similar sort of content that I don't have an issue with losing Kattan right now. Especially because I feel like Kattan also has the least amount of potential as a player. Then at least Lamar, I feel like, could be a pretty likable, like, kind of a, like, potential winner if he gets the end. Because like, I think at least Lamar has a chance of winning the game if he gets the end, unlike Chris Kattan, where, like, I don't know if a jury's gonna want to reward Chris Kattan with the win by the end of it. And then with, and Todd Bridges at least seems more apt to play the game.
Pretty spectacular. Right under that high cross. That's where Avery wants us.
Yeah, Mel and Michelle are just funny because they're also like some of these figures that are in scenes. Like they are on the show. It's just that they're not giving them any content, which is funny. Particularly Michelle, right? Michelle's the one that's on the tribe with Sandra. Where like there's so many. Like it seems very clear that Sandra and Michelle are very close. Like, every single time Sandra is, like, coming out with some sort of scheme, like, Michelle is there with her, yet Michelle just gets no content throughout that, which is funny. And then same thing with Mel with KJ. Like, Mel and KJ seem to be relatively close. Or, like, they always seem to be together. Yeah, again, no content there between the two.
Control up ahead. I hear him.
You, of all people, should appreciate
since Mark Long is EP, can he just go on every season All-Stars that he wants? Maybe, again, like, from what the sense that I get is that Mark's role as EP is essentially, he has, like, a minor say in casting, especially in terms of, like, I think he does some of the reaching out to people in terms of who to call and everything. But I don't get the sense that he is that integral to the decision making of the show. And to be fair, if he was, then I don't think they would allow him on the show. Like, I think he's mostly EP in name only, more so than like him actually being that integral to the decision making. To where, like, I don't know if they would allow him to be on every season of the show if he wanted to.
Nathan, found a ladder over here.
Okay, coming. Here we go. Come on, I'll boost you up there.
All right. Hell.
I mean, I think he was more of a bigger deal in season. Like, I think season 1, like casting, I think he was
Hang on a second.
like probably the main like
over there.
figure there and reaching out to people. And I know season 2 he was involved. Like, I suspect that season 3 he wasn't nearly as involved, considering how modern season 3 is. Wait, where'd he go?
Hey, I got
Over
something.
here.
Yep, we go. Christ, this thing's heavy. What exactly are
Glad,
you doing?
you're glad you're not doing a Haley edit? I think they are doing a Haley edit for Mark.
Thank you.
That's what I'm talking about, where like I think Mark is so clearly the winner because he's essentially getting the exact same edit that Haley got last season.
You don't think the
Where again, like his episode 1 was pretty much exactly the same as Haley's, where he got the exact same confessional where he details the entire tribe and talks about every single person and how he relates to that person. Like, to me, it's like his edit is the Haley edit.
Hey, we can climb this. On my way.
And that's why, to me, I feel like there's very few contenders outside of Mark right now.
I'm freezing.
To where, like, I think he is the only person that, like, has, like, at least from the way that Australian Survivor typically edits their winners, like, I feel like he's the only person that can win. Which, again, I'm hoping I'm wrong. I'm hoping that there is, like, oh, fuck off. I'm hoping that they do change up their editing style. But I suspect that they aren't, because it's Australian Survivor.
Okay, this wasn't such a good idea.
If Mark is winning, who? I think Shay is probably... Like, I have Sam at number 2 on my power ranking right now, because I feel pretty confident if it's not Mark, then it's probably Sam.
Holy shit.
That's probably going to pick up his edit. But like, if it's not them, then I think probably Shay. But again, I felt like this was a bad episode for Shay. Where, like, despite the fact that we get all this content of, like, oh, Ben and Shay and their reunion, we get none of that from Shay's perspective. Like, you would think that if she was the winner of the show, and especially with the way the Australian Survivor edits their recent seasons, where they try to make their winners as likable as possible, that they would show that from Shay's perspective. But instead we see it all from Ben's perspective, who's a person who's been a pretty much a nothing figure throughout the entire first week of the show. So, like, yeah, I feel worse about Shay at this point. Who do I have at number 4? I have Nina. Again, Nina's been pretty invisible since episode 2. Like, has not gotten much content in the last few episodes. Like, I think she's very much being set up to be this, like, surprise late pre-merge boot, kind of like the Shannon from last season. You have Chrissy, who, again, I think is getting this massive edit, but not really a winning edit. And, I don't know, Khan is being set up for a fall. Sandra, I just can't imagine them, like, Sandra actually winning. And the only other person I think has a semblance of a chance is Sophie, but Sophie's, like, edit this last episode was just disastrous. So, like, I don't know if they would give their winner that bad of a fucking episode. So it's like, to me, it's like, I don't know who else is gonna win but Mark.
Can't get to you
Because, like, even with Chrissy, like, even though Christy got a, like, some negativity early on with, like, her being looked at as, like, a bit, like, panicky and frantic and stuff. It's like, to me, there was always, like, a concurrent storyline for Christy. Which, like, I don't feel like there is for most of the other people on this cast. They got bad episodes after Silent said, yeah, but that was like halfway through the season after they had spent the first, like, what, 10 episodes propping her up? Well, actually, to be fair, episodes 4 through 6, she was pretty much invisible, which is something that did knock her down the edit for me. But again, she had a very strong first 3 episodes, was pretty much invisible for 4 through 6, but then also like continued to get very strong content in week 3, to where from that point on I had her at number 1 in my power rankings. Fuck off. Yeah, I thought this was overall a good episode for Sam. Yeah, I mean, it was a good episode for Sam. I still like don't know if I love it from a like real life situation where like I don't know if this is the right move for Sam realistically, but at least from an Edgic standpoint, I think it was a good episode for Sam. And Sandra, it's like it's good, but it's also I feel like that's what they would do for Sandra anyway. Like from an Edgic standpoint, where like I feel like no matter what Sandra did to survive the round, they would prop her up anyway. Especially with like her like we essentially see Amy doing all the work, but like the edit is like, oh, it's Sandra getting Amy to do her dirty work and like all that stuff. And it's like I feel like that's how they would portray Sandra there.
Here we go.
Yeah, I've been spoiled for ever since I've watched the challenge. I've been spoiled for every season. Actually, even before I started watching the challenge, I was spoiled for every season. Like I was spoiled for Total Madness, even though I wasn't even watching Total Madness. Yeah, there's no way I'm fucking finishing Scotland tonight, is there? I think what we'll do is we'll probably finish this chapter and then we'll call it a night. Who I think is the most surprising AU winner? Probably Jericho. But, like, I don't know. Like, it is Jericho. Like, Jericho's the only winner that I did not predict from, like, the halfway point of the season. Like, literally every other AU winner I knew by the time of the merge. I guess to be fair, Christy, like, there was at least other options. But, like, literally every other winner, I was very confident he was winning by the time of the merge. Obviously, yeah, with the exception of Jericho. With Jericho by, like, the final 4, I felt very good about Jericho. But obviously that's very late into the season. But yeah, I was not feeling like I never had that great of a read on 2017, where I thought Sarah was winning for the majority of the season. Like I was surprised when Sarah went home, like very unceremoniously as well. Like that was also a surprise. Who would I vote for, Shane or Sean? I'm pretty sure back in the day I would have voted for Shane. I think where I'm at now, I probably would vote for Sean. I don't remember who I said in my Who Would I Vote For video, but I do think nowadays I would vote for Sean over Shane. Because I think the main sticking point with Sharn is her saying, or is her saving herself with the idol, which again, I still have issues with, but I would still put her above Shane though. Where am I going? Here? Yeah, I knew Nani turned down double agents. I didn't know about Kyle.
Who does excavation with dynamite? Mercenaries. I think Ray.
And it's pretty insane that Melissa competed on Total Menace at all.
Help me with this.
While pregnant.
What if it's the only thing holding the tunnel up?
Then I'll apologize.
All right.
Would I have played the idol myself in that situation? In terms of what? In terms of the Matt Rogers vote off? Or are we talking about... Because, like, I'm talking about the final 6 rounds that I consider a knock against her. Where, like, that's the situation where she has to play it out on herself. But if we're talking about the Matt Rogers round, then I probably wouldn't have, at the point where Benji is so clearly trying to convince her not to. Like, to me, Benji, like, it's so weird because, like, Benji obviously gets a lot of credit there. And, like, obviously I give him a lot of credit for, like, proactively lying to Sharn, which is something that I feel like most players don't do. And how, like, actively he is lying to her in that moment. That being said, like, I feel like he comes off as super see-through to me. And obviously, like, that's obviously through seeing it through the lens of a TV watcher and seeing it on TV. And knowing also, at that point, that Benji is this, like, very snaky figure in the game, and someone that had been very openly against Matt Rogers, which he wasn't on the island. But I also, like, don't, again, like, just the way that he's talking in that scene, like, he comes off very panicky. Like, as if he's, like, trying to stop Sharn from using it because he knows it's going to ruin his plan. So I feel like that's why. Like, I would have used it on Matt Rogers anyway. Again, like, I consider idol plays, like, in a position where you need an idol to save yourself, I consider that a knock because for all intents and purposes, you have been voted out. You essentially failed at the goal of you trying to survive the round through social strategy, and you need an outside source to save yourself in the round.
Yeah, but I think we're the first ones in.
Through an idol, which is a more high variance way of saving yourself in the game than through more active social strategy gameplay. Where, like, again, idols are very much determined on whether or not production plants an idol, you being able to find the idol.
Is that a door? That sure looks like it. Here, check this out.
Certain situations where, like, again, like, are you just lucky enough to be in the right spot at the right time to find a clue?
There's a handle in here or something.
Like, there's a lot more variance in saving yourself through an idol play or through an immunity challenge win than there is with surviving the round through the votes.
So we'll get you a nice hook. Give it a pull.
Nice hook. All right, here we go.
Were you surprised to see the U.S. team collapse on Total Madness? Was there a U.S. team?
Really?
Is KJ in the majority or minority on water? I assume she's, like, in the middle. Like, where she's not, like, on the bottom as, like, one of the people that's about to be voted out. But, she's not really in the core of the majority either. Oh, War of the Worlds too? Yeah, not surprising.
Well, I guess
again, like, it's a complete train wreck of a group. Where it's, really top tier challenge competitors, all that have, like, so much history beforehand that there's no way that group was ever gonna be pretty
yeah, well, at least that's what the stories tell us.
Like, coherent.
If this really is 2's mark, then that means he's involved in all of this. How?
It's a damn good question.
I mean, they inherently fail in them surviving the round through the votes, and through that have to bank on more high variance ways of surviving in the game. Which, again, like, if Shane or Sharn had not had the... And also, by the way, that situation's even more wonky because of the... and I guess that part of it's, like, with Shane surviving that round, but... Like, that was also a wonky situation where they had to bank on Brian Lake messing up the split vote plan
looks about as safe as the others.
in order to have Shane survive that round as well.
It's okay, it's holding, come on.
Which, it's probably a knock on Shane's game. Even though, I mean, again, you can somewhat credit that with, like, oh, Shane is the one that convinced Brian to... be an idiot, but still, I do feel like that was still pretty high variant too. Is Kara voting Laura out the dumbest move in AU history? Probably not. Well, we're talking about the Big D vote? Then possibly. In terms of the dumbest move, not the worst move. Again, like to me, there's a distinction between those two. Where like worst move, like to me, the worst move would be one where it's like clear cut, where you win the game if you make one decision, and you lose the game if you make the opposite decision. So like Wu taking Tony to the end is probably the worst move in Survivor US history. But it's not necessarily the dumbest move, because like I can at least understand the rationale. But like with Kara, like accidentally voting out Big D, it's like, yeah, I mean that's not great. Yeah, there's the rumor that like supposedly Big D did tell the tribe that he wanted to go home, and that's why they put the votes on Big D to begin with. However, I don't think it was a situation where like they intentionally created this like massive plot to where Kara was going to flip the vote and everything to get Big D out. Like I think it was a situation where like they put the votes on him because of that, but not actually. He was actually voted out because of that. But yeah. Yeah. Okay. So I think this is a good spot to end here. Again, we're almost at 4 hours here. It's actually not even 3 o'clock in the morning, but I am pretty tired already. When you rewatch World of Wars 2, watch out for Zach's confessionals. Yeah, I mean, Zach's an interesting one in World of Wars 2 because he's essentially like the last surviving member of that, of the minority group, right? And like he's pretty much being kept around because he's this like really strong figure there. Uncharted movie's coming real soon. Yeah, it's like what? I mean, it's the same day as Horizon. So, yeah, not too far away. It's actually insane that Horizon's less than 2 weeks away. I really can't wait for Horizon. It's gonna be really, really fun. But yeah, Zach was really pissed in the final when Paulie passed out. Which, I mean, isn't that like humorous considering he passed out during the, or not passed out, but like collapsed during the free agents final? But yeah. I think that I'd rank Tar 1. Yeah, I mean, like, Amazing Race 1, I think, to me, is the season that, like, holds up the best of the, like, first seasons for all these older reality shows. Like, to me, it's, like, clearly better than BB2. And then, like, Borneo's, like, kind of its own beast. But, like, I would say that, like, compared to like, I would have Borneo above Amazing Race 1, probably, if I were to do a ranking of all the shows together. But, like, I think compared to the rest of the series, I think Amazing Race 1 is far and away better than what Borneo is to the rest of the series. What's the worst move in Australian Survivor history? It's probably Sharn taking Shane to the end. At least that's the one that comes to mind right away. Yeah, it has to be. That's the only... Again, I think that's the most clear-cut move of... she wins if she takes Brian to the end. She wins unanimously, right? Like, who gives Brian a vote in that situation? Like, maybe Monica? But, like, I'm pretty sure Sharn wins unanimously against Brian Lake. While in comparison to her against Shane, again, she, like, puts herself in a situation where she is essentially banking on the vote of Matt Rogers. Would I have voted for Brian? I probably would have. Over probably both Shane and Sharn. I think if it was like Shawnee and Brian at the end, I think it would have been a bit more interesting. But I think against Sharn and Shane, I would have gone Brian. And I probably would have gone Brian even ahead of Shawnee. But that one's probably a bit closer. The thing about Brian though is that like he does have a bit of a like he has a really strong middle stretch, where like obviously he's part of the Matt Rogers Blindside, proceeds by blindsiding Benji, takes control of that like Shawnee, Fenella, Monica grouping, but then they flip on him at Final 5, or like Shawnee flips on him at 5. Which is not great, and then he's kind of on the bottom from that point forward. So like, it is a rocky game. Like it's not like he played that great of a game in the grand scheme of things either. So I don't know. I mean, like him and Sharn is actually probably pretty close. Like I think Sharn's game is more impressive throughout, but probably has like bigger knocks to me than Brian's. I don't know. I would probably actually go Sharn. I don't know. This is the thing. Like, I've been trying to process my philosophy for who I would vote for in situations where, like, I feel like I used to be so strict on, like, certain elements like idle plays and immunity wins and stuff. And, like, while I still have issues with certain situations, like, to me, it's not like the end all be all anymore. To where, like, I probably would go Sharn over Brian nowadays. Where, like, I feel like back in the day, I would never have voted for Sharn over Brian. I feel like there's, like, numerous situations like that across Survivor history at this point. Which is why I want to redo my Who Would I Vote For videos. Even though, we talked through the US one, like, I don't think that many situations change for Survivor US. But I do feel like just in general, I would be able to explain, like why I have people ranked higher than the other a lot better than what I did in that original video, which, again, was very rushed through, and it was like, obviously, it was actually the first ever Survivor video I recorded. I actually recorded it before the 40 cast assessment, which I didn't, or I released earlier, but anyway. Do I have issues with PS game? Yes. I mean, I have issues with everyone's game. Like, there's literally no person in the history of Survivor that I think played a perfect game. Like, even Kim Spradlin, who I think has played the best game in the history of Survivor, still has holes. Like, I still don't love that she essentially, like, lets go of Troy Zan's jury vote, and that she never builds a relationship with Leaf. I do think she gets very benefited by her swap, which essentially allows her to be in the middle of the game. Like, there are still things to nitpick from Kim Spradlin, even though I do think she is the best winner in the history of the show. Issues with Pia, I think I think the major portion is her endgame. Again, at the point where Simon Black is blindsided, she's on the bottom from pretty much that point forward. You have the final 5 rounds? Yeah, final 5 round where Luke saves her with the advantage, where she was going home before he plays that advantage. I think those are two like biggest flaws. I mean, also she's not out in front, which isn't like as massive a flaw in terms of her as a player. More so, that's more of an issue of winning game in terms of her comparison to other winning games. But yeah, I mean, in terms of like her overall, like, again, like the actual game she played, again, it's probably just those end game issues that are like the big issues. But then again, like when comparing her to other winners across the show, I do think her being more in the background makes her win a little bit less impressive to me, as the other people. But do I think Matt and David teaming up is the best move in Australian Survivor history? No. Especially because, like, it ends up backfiring on David. It's just that they never had the opportunity to vote him out because they never go to Tribal. Again, it led to one, like, good TV move in getting rid of Daisy. But it was definitely not the best move in Survivor history. Because, again, David's alliance picked up on the fact that him and Matt were working together. And they planned on blindsiding David if they went to Tribal again. I forgot how great the episode Nancy and Emily got eliminated was. Yeah, I mean, it's a fun episode because it's like, they're so far behind. And like, they they're actually ahead, aren't they? It's the Guidos that get so far behind, right? And then they like finish before them, but get like the penalty for not finishing the task properly and get eliminated because of that. So, why I voted for Tarzan over Sharn? No, I would have voted for Sharn in All Stars. I probably would have voted for Sharn. Would I vote for Sharn over Moana? It's like probably, I don't know. I think that's probably pretty close. But like I for sure would have voted for Sharn over Tarzan. Yeah, like David was going home if they went, or like he would have been a target if they had gone to another tribal. Again, I believe by that point he already had an idol, right? So it's like, obviously he could have picked up on something. Like it's not like a clear-cut situation, but yeah, I would have voted for Sharn over Brooke as well. I would not have voted for Brooke in most situations. Again, if it was Brooke and AK at the end, then I probably would lean. Actually, I don't know. I'd probably go AK. But like, I would not have voted for Brooke in most situations on that season. Yeah, it's like she has a lot of power in the pre-merge section of the game, but like by the time she gets to the merge, like she's on the bottom pretty much from that point forward. And again, is reliant on immunity wins. And it's like with AK, and like obviously AK is not that much better, but like I do feel like AK was more integral to like the strategic decisions that group made by the end of it. Brooke versus Tarzan, I think that's more interesting. I would probably go Tarzan because like I feel like, again, like while I am trying to like soften up on immunity wins and idle plays, like I feel like with Brooke it's kind of a different circumstance where, again, Brooke also just has very little agency throughout the season as well. And like also I still knocked the immunity wins. But like Brooke's game on All Stars is essentially like Xander's game, but with even less power. Where like I criticize Xander for like never really having any real power on 41, but like Brooks is even a worse version of that, with her also continuously being targeted along the way. It's like yeah, like I would not have voted for Brooke. In really any situation, I don't think. Or any realistic situation. But yeah, Brooke would win if she... Yeah, Brooke wins against everyone. I'm pretty sure... I mean, like, versus David, I think it's a lot closer. Like, I think David could squeak it out, but I think against literally everyone else, I think Brooke would probably win. Does Final Trial performance at all affect who I would vote for? No. I personally don't really care, because I try to vote more so based on the reality of the game more so than how their game is being presented. Like, again, the way I interpret like who I should vote for is based on who, and like part of this would be probably booned by Final Tribal. Because like I feel like this is probably like a situation where it's like, obviously this is me analyzing from like watching the show, to which we see a lot more of how moves are being made than what we are on the island. Where like on the island, obviously you don't fully know the full reality of how the game is being played out. And because I do think you are left in a situation where you do need to pick up on who takes credit for things at like Final Tribal and that sort of thing. But yeah, I try to vote more so based on, like, again, the reality of how the game plays out, more so like who is like the leader of, like, who displays the most agency within the game, who has the most control within the game, more so than like seeing like who can like explain their game the best. Like, to me, like, I think something like a coach in South Pacific. Like, to me, it doesn't matter how coach performs in Final Tribal. I'm always voting for coach. Like, it doesn't matter that he can't explain his game. Like Paul and BB19, another example. Like, I don't care that they're like lying about things during Final Travel. Like, it doesn't matter to me. I'm still voting for them based on the games that they played. But again, like, I get why people don't want to vote for those people. Like, I get why people do take like people's I guess in a way that is agency. Like, it's more so like I guess awareness of their games. I think that's something that people do take into consideration. But again, for me, I don't care that much. Like, it doesn't matter to me that much whether or not they acknowledge, like, or whether or not they understand their game. Yeah, I think Sophie is an underrated winner. However, I do think I do think she is banking on Coach being Coach, which, again, like, obviously she turns out to be right, and that Coach can't own up to his game. But if Coach did own up to his game, then she does lose. But yeah, I think Sophie does play a solid game. Like, I've probably gone up on Sophie's game as time has gone on. I remember for a while I did have her as like a bottom tier winner, and like now I've moved her up to like mid tier, and even within the mid tier, I feel like I get higher over time. But yeah, I do feel like she was very much like all in on like banking on Coach not, like, essentially, again, like, to me, like, the I don't know if it's really a bitter jury, but like when you're banking on, and like this is the same issue I have with bitter juries, even though I don't necessarily think South Pacific was necessarily bitter, but like I do like knock people that are banking on other people making mistakes more so than their own proactive gameplay. And I feel like that is like kind of a massive element of Sophie's game, is her banking on Coach messing up more so than her actively doing things well. And obviously that's like an issue with like Amber, with Amber banking on the jury being bitter at Rob. You know, the same thing with Natalie White, where she's banking on people hating Russell more than her. But either way. If you played an under radar game and you explain it at Final Tribal, then you need to explain that in order for a jury to know. Yeah. But I also still wouldn't vote for it, personally. Oh, I mean, at least over a more overt game. Like, even if someone played an under radar game and is aware of their under radar game, I would still vote for the more overtly, like, whatever. The more, like, I'm fucking tired. I can't think of the words right now. But the more aggressive game of whatever, the more active game than an under radar game. I mean, dominant to a degree, but Christy presented it as an under radar game. I mean, she kind of did, but then she also like tried to take credit for things that she didn't do. But yeah. But anyway, so yeah, we're over 4 hours in now. Would I vote for someone who is guaranteed? Do you mean guaranteed to lose at Final 3? I have no issue with people lying in their Final Tribal Council speeches. I have issue with people believing those lies. Like, I have no issue with Chrissy lying. It's more so that I'm irritated that people actually believed her lies. But either way. Yeah, I mean, like, in terms of voting for someone that will lose the Final 3, it's a matter of, would my vote matter? So again, in the Bob-Susie situation, I would vote for Susie because I don't want Bob to win. But I would vote for Sugar over the 3. If you're talking about would I vote for someone who's guaranteed to win, then like obviously if I want them to win, then yeah. Like I would vote for Tony in Winners at War. I would vote for Tommy in IOI. I would vote for who else? Who else was actually fuck? I actually don't agree with a lot of modern jury decisions, do I? Because I would vote for Gavin. I mean, like Nick and Mike is kind of a weird one. I'd probably go Mike though. 36, I would go Dominic. 35, I would go Ryan. But like that's just a weird circumstance. 34, I'd go Sarah. 33, I would go Hannah. 32, Aubrey, I guess. Yeah, what, 31? Actually, I don't even know. 31, I guess Jeremy. Yeah, I guess Jeremy. Like, to be honest, I think Jeremy and Spencer are, like, relatively close. I'd probably go, Jeremy there. I've talked quite a bit about, like, why I think I would have voted for Hannah over Adam. And again, this is a situation where, like, a lot of it is due to the jury's perception. That I feel like the jury perceived Adam as the better player. And, like, again, like, I don't know if on the island, if I was out on the island, like, would I vote for Adam? Probably. But for me watching the show and analyzing the game that was played on the show, like, I would have voted for Hannah. I think Adam's another one of these people that, like, lies at Tribal, like, more so, like, trying to take credit for things that he didn't do. And, like, tries to, like diminish Hannah's game for things that, like, did actually benefit her game. Would have voted for David over Brett. I don't know, which situation is this? Is this, Millennials vs. Gen X? I would have voted for David over probably everybody. Yeah. Unless Zeke somehow got to the end. But, yeah, I would have voted for David over everybody. Everyone else. And, like, even Zeke, it's like, I think there's a debate there. And also, like, that would be a radically different game at that point if they both somehow got to the end. But, yeah, like, I would vote for David over pretty much everyone else. And then, I probably am not voting Brett in most situations. I mean, if we're talking about Tony against Sophie at the end, that would radically change the game. Because, like, one of the most impressive elements of Tony's game on Winners at War is him, like, doing the Sophie move. Like, the Sophie move at Final 9 is one of the best moves in the history of the show. Where through that one singular move, he takes control of the entire game and completely flips a power structure that was heavily favored towards Sarah into his corner instead. And, like, without that one move, like, his game isn't nearly as impressive as what it is. Like, it's impressive in the element of, oh, he was a big threat coming into the game and somehow got to the end, but, like, to me, that's not enough. Like, that's why, like, I don't, like, look at Parvati or Sandra's game. Sandra's own thing in Heroes vs. Villains, but Parvati's game is that impressive in Heroes vs. Villains. Where it's like, yeah, she came in with a big target, but it's like, I don't think the game that she played along the way was that impressive. While, like, with Tony, it's like, again, like, that one individual move at the Final 9 is, like, a masterclass. And, like, if we're taking that away, and, like, if he just, like, somehow got to the end against Sophie and Sarah, then it's like, I'm not voting for Tony in that situation. Because then he didn't do the moves that he needed to make to really take control of the game. But, yeah. So, again, I think we'll call it here. So, yeah, I'll be back on Wednesday. We'll continue on with more Uncharted. I'm not entirely sure how long this is going to take to finish. Probably take like what 3 or 4 streams. But then we're gonna do Lost Legacy after this as well, so that'll be something. And yeah. So again, by Wednesday we'll have what? We'll have 2 more episodes of Australian Survivor. We'll have we'll finish this round of Big Brother and start another one to where we'll probably know who's going home by that point. And then we'll have a new Amazing Race episode. And who knows if we get other news outside of that. So, yeah, obviously there'll be a lot to talk about on Wednesday. But until then, thank you for watching.